good to sign?
You got the signed copy of the bill?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to. Curtis is out of town. Huh? Curtis is out of town. I'm going to be gone the 6th. Is that a week? Yeah, I'm going out of Taiwan. Not invited last time. Last time I did that, I was hiking a boat. It was so dry, I was hiking a boat. Oh. Yeah.
BLM stuff on. I told him I wouldn't.
Oh, no. Is it not travel plan stuff?
No.
Yes. It is? I wonder if we can use some of what, Andrea's already done. It was porcupine. Those are events. Can we use that same form?
Yeah, I should talk to you because I told us we're going to come up with a vote. Happens the same way.
Yeah.
But they were confused about those miles.
Oh, right.
So we don't really have a definite process. Up in Ogden. Plus there's like 24 other ones that have just been waiting around. So I need to put those on the list too.
Okay, it is 4 o'clock and I am calling this meeting of the Grand County Council to order. It is April 18th, tax day, in case you missed it, 2017. And I am going to ask Jason, who is hiding in the back, if he would mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
You're good there.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So I might mention that Curtis is out of town at meetings. Do we know about Rory? Haven't heard from Rory. Okay. Next on our agenda is the approval of minutes.
Do we have any?
I think we had all 3 of those. There's the 31st joint meeting. There's April 4th. And there's April 5th. So yes, we did have all 3. And Rory has arrived.
Yay.
You're fine. We're on minutes. Mary.
I make a motion to approve March 31st, April 4th, and April 5th minutes, and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Okay, Mary has made the motion. Seconded by Greg. Is there any discussion? I did have one comment. I don't know if it matters for our purposes, but the March 31st joint city-county council meeting has Kyle Bailey listed as the mayor pro tem, and I think that's actually Tawny Boyd right now. Because they were both there, and she was the one that was acting as the mayor, so I don't know if that matters. With that said, let's take a vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Motion passes 5-0. Councilman Paxman just momentarily left. I'm sure he'll be back. Okay. Next is the ratification of payment of bills.
Move to pay the bills for April 18th, 2017. Total bills, $1,177,301.67. Total payroll, $199,555.29 for a total of $1,376,856.96.
Thank you. Chris has made the motion. Do we have a second? Greg. Okay, Chris made the motion. Greg seconded to pay the bills. Total bills in the amount of $1,177,301.67. Total payroll $199,555.29. For total bills and payroll of $1,376,856.96. We will vote by roll call. Greg.
Aye.
Mary?
Yes.
Evan?
Yes.
Jaylyn, yes. Rory?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes by roll call vote, 6-0. Elected officials report. I see none. Council administrator report. Ruth?
Okay. Been to a couple of meetings. One was the Utah Association of Counties Management Conference, along with Councilmember Wells and some other elected officials and staff. That was held in Vernal. Sat in on some trainings, some of the HR tracks as well as legal. So the Human Resources had reviewing performances. I just completed 8 this quarter, by the way. I'm halfway through. Contracts, what goes in them, what doesn't. Some stuff on social media, some coordinating policies among departments that have their own policies. Then there was retention schedules. So I found it to be really useful, even more so than for me, the annual convention in St. George. More specific to management, I think. And then I just finished attending the UDOT annual meeting, which you were there as well, Chairwoman Hawks. I thought it was good to know that the intersection there at Mill Creek Drive and 191 is in design. That's a $1.2 million project, and UDOT is on it. They gave us a list of about a dozen different projects they're doing in our county. So I thought that was really helpful. That's all I've got.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ruth? Thank you. And next we have department reports. First we have Judd Hill, our airport manager, giving us a Canyonlands Field Airport report. Seems like you're here every week.
I know.
I got a lot this time, too.
But I always enjoy hearing from you.
Okay. Nice to hear. Very good to hear. So this report on 2016 as well as what's been going on so far in 2017, since we're already into April. Briefly talk about who's out there, how busy is the airport, and what have we done and what are we doing out there. So who's out there? Well, we're out there. County, we have myself, 2 full-time employees, 6 part-time. Redtail Air is the FBO. They also do the air tours, helicopters.
Can you say what FBO is so we all know?
Fixed base operators.
Thank
They
you.
basically handle everything on the ramp, fueling. We lease out the ramp to them, so they deal with parking aircraft, fueling aircraft, collecting ramp fees. Pinnacle Helicopters gives scenic rides, as does Canyonlands Ballooning. Skydiving companies operating under 2 names. If you have anything overnighted, it's going UPS out of the airport, as well as having Enterprise, which serves National and Alamo. I'm not sure why their logo's not up there, as well as local Canyonlands Jeep. The impressive thing out there is at the airport, at any given time during the year, there's 75 to 100 jobs, full-time and part-time, between all of these companies. So it's a significant economic driver just in the space there, much less what they're bringing in. a lot of good companies out there. That's why it didn't come up. Boutique Air, giving our air service, and there's the Alamo. But this past year, we worked on bringing in 2 other national brands, both operating under Enterprise, but Alamo and National Cars. So just the way the rental car market works, they each have their individual niches. Alamo's very big with international travels. National's very large with business, and Enterprise is just the largest. So it's great to have all of those companies out there providing a service. Well, how busy is the airport? It's very busy. We have lots of stuff coming through, whether it's boutique or private pilots coming and going, corporate and private, good amount of military coming through. The bottom ones are 2 locally based companies. They're new aircraft that just came in the last couple of months with Pinnacle Helicopters and the Skydivers new plane, so it's pretty impressive to see half dozen tandem jumpers jumping out at the same time. It's a really pretty sight. Had some very large military come through unexpectedly, dealing with mechanical issues, and it's pretty impressive to see them unload, fly in that other plane in the top left, and unload an entire crew to basically rebuild an engine on the ramp. I had a convention of Bush pilots come in last year for a 3-day convention with one of our local hotels, and bottom right is a fire attack aircraft. So definitely get a lot, and then even had a couple of Angels come through. The bottom guys is an Angel flight. These are private pilots that donate their aircraft and their time to shuttle people from rural areas for medical. So they were stopping here, transferring someone, a father and son. They didn't get permission to put up these pictures, but they were needing to get to cancer treatment up in Salt Lake City. So coming down from way down south, and just private pilots doing what they can to help out. So it's a great system. The top is how busy we actually are, and a great way to tell the activity of an airport is the number of operations. Anytime a plane lands, or an aircraft lands or takes off, that's an operation. 2014, we were at 9,900 operations. 2015, we were at a little over 15,000, and this last year, over 22,000. So it's getting very, very busy. We're talking more than doubling in 2 years. As far as the companies out there, one great way to tell how many people are coming and going is how much fuel is flowing. In between 2015 and 2016, fuel sales more than doubled, up 122% in gallons flowed, not dollars. Air carrier is up 91%, and that's because Boutique started in April of 2015 versus 2016. SkyWest ended the end of March of 2015. But it was a good increase, and almost 4,000 people used Boutique last year. The airplane tours with Redtail was up 30% year over year. Hot air ballooning company was up 20%. The helicopter tours up 15%, and skydivers were up about 8%. So that's a lot of people utilizing our facilities out there. As far as what we've been doing, biggest project dollar-wise right now thus far has been our environmental assessment, and this is associated with our runway upgrade. This assessment is over $600,000, the majority of it being split between federal and state Department of Aeronautics, and then our share was right around $25,000. And it's basically a full environmental assessment of the airport. Currently, it's in the final draft review with National Park Service and BLM. Just had a conference call on it last week to finish up. So as soon as this gets wrapped up, then we can go forth with our large construction project of the runway. Also last year, we rebuilt our taxiway lighting system, and this was a little over a $500,000 project, again, primarily from FAA grants, and as well as the remainder of the share split between the Department of Aeronautics of the state and Grant County. And this was a very much needed project that actually 2 months before the project was scheduled to start, our system finally completely died. We actually didn't have taxiway lights for 2 months, and it just wasn't worth fixing them because we knew we were getting a new one.
Currently, it's functional?
Currently, now it's top of the line LED lights. We went with the LEDs. For our share, it was a couple $1,000s more. It was tens of thousands more, but obviously the lion's share was funded by federal grants. A higher price per unit for the light, of our terminal. Last year pursued a CIB funding that was made possible with $500,000 in grant matching funds from the county. We did receive that, and we received a $500,000 grant and a $490,000 loan, just being paid through the Tourism and Recreation Center and Airport Facilities tax. The award for the design of it was granted to Archiplex Group out of Salt Lake City, and we are in the final stages of the schematics and design of the terminal. To give you a rough idea of where we're at right now, MBA saw this at their last meeting, but it's an outside view. It's about doubling the size of the airport, of the airport's terminal. And a layout, the primary goal of this layout is based around the commercial requirements for bringing in commuter jets, the 50-passenger commuter jets. So it's heavily around secured seating, increased numbers of bathrooms, and the TSA screening. So this project is coming along great, and we'll actually have some more to discuss that in our May 2nd meeting.
That will be a municipal building authority.
It will be a municipal building
Public
authority
hearing.
public hearing on May 2nd. Minimum standards is definitely coming along. Basically, there's 19,000 airports in the country, only 535 are certified for commercial operations like us. We're pretty much the only airport in the nation without these standards. So I've been working on them heavily for the last year. They are currently under review from the FAA. They bring them to you in the next month or so, with the intention of having them adopted as an ordinance is the ideal path. And that's how other municipalities have dealt with their minimum standards. So that will be coming to conclusion in the next couple of months. Also for our fire resources, we had our Striker 1500, our big fire truck. It's 15,000 gallons of water, foam, and dry chem. Problem out there is we don't have municipal water. We basically have the ability to refill it on site, but we only basically have that one shot. So worked a lot with Moab Fire Department and with the chiefs and their commissioners, and a month and a half ago they donated to Grand County a new fire truck for the airport. It ups our capacity by 20%. It's an absolute great resource, so thanks a lot to Moab Fire Department for that. It's a really great extra piece of equipment to have out there that can supplement what we've got. As far as what's going on right now, there's more development happening that started towards the end of last year and will be taking place over the next 12 months. More happening now than has happened in the last 20 years combined. Last council meeting, you heard the building department talk about $64 million of development in Grand County, in all of Grand County last year. We're looking at 15 to 20 million on the airport alone this year. So significant amount of development, and that's a combination of private developments as well as county-sponsored things such as our runway, our terminal. As a reference, this is our airport today, where we're looking at the county-owned buildings are our fire station and administrative offices, 2 hangars. Hangar B also has an office along the outside of it, and our terminal building. By this time next year, all of this will be the new development. So an expanded runway with additional ramp to help facilitate the movement of the jets, an expanded terminal building. We're in the process of moving a storage garage to build that terminal. A hangar located on the north end, a development of a 65,000-gallon fuel farm and access road, a 12,000 square foot hangar, an 8,000 square foot hangar, a 10,000 square foot hangar. Through cooperation with a private entity, the private entity is footing the bill on about 150 feet additional of our Group 2 taxi lane, which is a very great investment in our airport. And as a reference, it's about $10 a square foot to build that. So it's a wonderful investment from a private entity. 7-place T hangar, which has actually had the first, the slab was poured and it started going vertical today. So we actually have some vertical development on that, and that'll probably be completed within the coming weeks. And then just got approached about yet another hangar development going in along the Facebook site. Any questions?
I'm curious as to why you didn't mention employments with this presentation.
The employment, they were mentioned
Were
in the
they there?
context, not as a standalone employments, but
With
that would have been
operation?
with, the, 39, these two numbers right here are combined employments.
Okay.
They're the 139. Pinnacle Helicopters went through several years of licensing, so starting this year, their numbers will actually also count towards employment as well. It's a pretty big deal that they got their 135 certificate. It took them a lot of time and a few feet thick of FAA paperwork, but they just stepped it up to that next level. So those would be our total employment numbers, obviously down from historic, just because relative to some of the other carriers we've had, we have a maximum of 40 seats versus 60 or 100.
Okay, any other questions?
So with their numbers, we'll get up to the 10,000, thinking?
As soon as we get, I will almost guarantee that the first year we have commuter jet service, we would reach that. Whether we hit that next year, it's highly probable, but not guaranteed just because of the fact that we're going to miss several months while the airport is closed during the construction period, so we won't have a full 12 months. But it is definitely theoretically possible to reach that goal next year. And just as a reference, hitting that 10,000 employments, each year the FAA gives us $150,000 towards their share of any particular project. Obviously, right now, we're going for a roughly $13 million runway project. The first $150,000 of that $13 million is our entitlement money. But something smaller, like expanding a taxi lane or something that's a $500,000 project, what we would do is the first $150,000 is our entitlement funding, and then we have to do a competitive grant amongst other airports. Once we hit that 10,000 employments, then that entitlement goes to $1 million per year that we can roll over. So we have a laundry list of projects. Any other questions? Looks good. Great.
We'll look forward to hearing from you later in the program for another half dozen or so items.
She might need it.
Oh.
Are you gonna use this?
Oh, sorry.
Turn it off for me. Thanks.
Agency reports? So, okay. Is this out of order?
I'm just.
Oh, sorry. No.
Oh, okay. We don't have any agency reports? I'm seeing no one step forward. Citizens to be heard. This is the portion where if you were a citizen and wanted to be heard, it would be on a particular topic that is not on the agenda. So are there any citizens to be heard? Colin.
Did I understand you correctly that you don't have to be on the agenda?
Be a citizen to be heard?
Right, to be a citizen to be heard.
Okay, great,
So the agenda, if the item is on the agenda, then you would wait until that point. If it's not on the agenda, then this is the point where you would speak up.
Great, no, it's not on the agenda.
Okay.
My name's Colin Fryer. I'm here because, and I'm here as a private citizen, not as a representative of the Travel Council. As you know, I'm on the Travel Council. I spent many years on the State Travel Council. Over the past few years, it's become evident to us that many people in our community don't understand the benefits of tourism, and many of them think that tourism doesn't contribute much in the way of taxes to their benefit. And so we decided as a Travel Council that it would be a good idea to get that in black and white, get it in the paper, and let people know. So we've been working on that, and I wrote up a couple of paragraphs several weeks ago, and then we were told we needed to submit it to you all, I guess, for your blessing. I'm not sure why we needed to do that, but we've done that. Anyway, we've gone through it, and it's come back to me that some of you guys on the council are unhappy with our attempt to try to get the news out to the public that we're doing a good job and that a lot of money is generated and it does a lot of good in our town. And so I'm here to let you know that I'm kind of mad that we don't have more support from our county council for the things that we've done and the way we've turned this town around. Some of you weren't here 20 years ago, but some of you were. And I hear people talk about the good old days 20 years ago, and I was here. In the good old days 20 years ago, the schools were open 4 days a week. You could buy a house for $40,000, but you couldn't find a buyer. People were leaving town left and right. The mining industry had collapsed, and they were leaving junk strewn everywhere. You couldn't get a job. And so those were the good old days, and now people are complaining, oh, we're too busy. I sure wish we had the good old days. And I'm here to tell you that I'd a lot rather manage prosperity than try to manage depression. And I'm not sure that you guys are on the same page with us. And so I'm unhappy about that, and I'm here to answer your questions and try to help get you as allies instead of, it seems like you're our detractors. And in black and white, we've shown that last year we collected $5.5 million in TRT tax. That TRT tax all comes from the visitors. None of it is contributed by any resident of town other than if they go to eat at a restaurant. And so that money gets distributed around. We, as a travel council, keep 45% for advertising. 55% goes to the county for whatever kind of bricks and mortar things they need. Plus, they get the whole $666,000 TRC money now. So there's over $3 million that goes into the county coffer that comes directly from tourism tax. And it's the single biggest line item you have as far as taxes you collect. The county's in better shape than it's been in 20 years, and you all know that, and that's a result of a vibrant tourism industry. Judge just gave us a great demonstration about how great the airport's doing, and that's all 100% due to a vibrant tourist industry. And so I'm wondering, why are you guys not on board with us? Why are you so reluctant to let us tell our story to the public and let them know what's really going on in the tourism industry and the taxes we're collecting and the benefit people are getting?
Comments, Chris?
I've got a comment. Kurt's not here, and so you might want to talk with Kurt, too, separately. But one of the points that I made, it had nothing to do with the...
If you don't mind, I'm going to get a little closer. You know I'm hard.
Yeah, sorry. So I was just saying, Kurt's not here, and so you might want to talk with him, because I know he had some concerns. But from my perspective, my only concern is that all around the entire county, the positions of the county come through the council. They're the result of a majority vote on the council. And so the only thing that I said with regard to that letter was that it should come to the council because the council is responsible for establishing the positions of the county. But I wasn't, making any other statements beyond that, if you understand what I'm saying.
I understand completely. We've rewritten it 3 times. We're 6 weeks into this.
Yeah. So, I think that, and I don't want to speak for Kurt, but what I understand from Kurt is that, he wanted to be more involved, I guess, from the very get-go of that document. But like I say, you should talk with him and see what his concerns about it are, because I can't really speak for him. But, from my perspective, like I said in all of the communications with you and the Travel Council, I'd be happy to have it come to the council and to discuss it. So
here's our third go at it. All that's in here are black and white facts. We passed it through Diane Carroll and got her opinion about whether the numbers are right. She blessed the numbers. It ain't that hard. We collected this much money, and these are the things that got spent on, and these are the benefits. You because we have all this extra money, we're even able to give $500,000 to the school, the new USU. They're getting started, and they're getting subsidy from the tourism industry. This tourism industry never got any subsidy from anybody. The raises that just happened in the county are a direct response to the vibrant tourism industry we have. The sheriff's office gets over $1 million. I mean, the list goes on. We do a lot of good things, and we wish you guys, I'm speaking for myself. I wish you'd embrace our industry a little bit and try to help us. I mean, I know there are some complications with prosperity, but goodness gracious. Let's manage prosperity, and if you like the good old days, you know, it's right down the road. Green River's still welcome you. That's just what Moab looked like 20 years ago.
Well, Colin, get with Kurt and get this on the agenda. I mean, he's your man to work through with this stuff.
Why do we have to go through that? There it is, right there.
What do you mean, why do you have to go through Kurt? He's the liaison.
All this is a public notice. We're not asking anybody's blessing or anybody's debate about it. We're just stating some facts.
Well, there's there are a little bit more than facts in there, but and I could talk. It's been rewritten now, and so it sounds better. But there were some concerns that I had, and I'd rather talk to you privately about it.
Well,
but
I submitted it to you
I know.
6 weeks ago.
And I took the time to edit it too. I wouldn't have.
That was great. I agreed with your ideas, and I said, okay, let's print it.
Yeah. So, like I say, I was ready to, have the council take a look at it, but, like I say, you need to get with Kurt and work with him on it, and see, at what point he's comfortable presenting it to the council, because that's his position.
May I speak to that? Only because I have just recently spoke with Curtis about it, and he said it did not need to be on the council agenda. He thought at first it did, and then he realized it didn't, as long as the information was accurate, and that's what that process did, is it got the information accurate. That is the culmination of the various iterations.
You guys have all
I spoke to him too, and that's not my impression.
How come you didn't see it?
What's that?
How come these guys haven't seen that letter?
I sent it to Chris because he is very knowledgeable about TRT, and I sent it to Curtis because he is the liaison to the Travel Council. So, and to Diana Carroll. We just needed to get that. So it didn't go to all of this until we thought it was going to be on the agenda. Then it got taken off the agenda per Curtis this past week.
I think I did see the latest.
Well,
I think I did.
Emails going back and forth and some of the negative comments, so I know that you're aware of it.
Well, some of my comments, Colin, and I think it's important to say, is that a lot of the concern that folks have in this community was not addressed in that letter. And I think that if you really want to convert people, which is, to your perspective, then there are things that need to be addressed that haven't been addressed. But
What?
Well, I mean, most of the people that are concerned about tourism are going to be concerned about traffic. They're concerned about the sewer. They're concerned about the lagging infrastructure.
I understand that, but that's not our job.
Well, I understand that, but a letter like
Presenting facts.
I get that, and that's fine. But I'm just saying that if your goal is to relieve people's
Everybody
concerns.
Will make up their own mind after that.
Well,
I'm not trying to sell anybody on anything.
Well, I think that you kind of are.
I'm trying to present the facts.
Okay.
And then people can make up their own mind. But if they don't think, they don't know that TRT is creating this income stream to the county, and they keep perpetuating this false myth that tourism doesn't do anything for our town, at some point in time somebody should be able to say, hey, here are the numbers.
Yeah, and we've done that. Elaine and I went and had a meeting, when was it, like last year, the year before, with, I don't know, there's probably 60 people in the room, where we went over in detail and answered many, many questions from a lot of concerned citizens about exactly how this all works and where the money goes. So it's not like we haven't been engaged in that. This very council meeting, if you stick around, put on the agenda a topic to discuss exactly what we're talking about here. Where is the money coming from and where is it going?
Well, it's right there.
So Mary has a comment.
Yes, I'd like to have a comment. For one thing, I don't think it's good to lump us all in one group, because, I don't think I've supported tourism. I've seen how it's brought us out of the Depression. I also understand that it's brought some issues that we as a county really need to deal with that have made difficulties. I also understand. Wait a minute. Please let me finish.
Well,
Please let me finish.
One at a
I
time.
also understand that we need to educate the public, because there is some really misinformation out there. I mean, I get it all the time where they say not all this money, and so I was surprised that I thought it was going to be on the agenda. Then I saw it wasn't on the agenda. When it was going to be on the agenda, I thought, why is this on the agenda? This is something the Travel Council should be able to do independently of the County Council.
That's what we thought.
Yeah, that was my thoughts too. So to be lumped in, with that this is how we all feel wasn't fair, because I don't think that's how we all feel. I mean, we have some concerns, but
These are the numbers. This is just a press release. These are the numbers. You don't have to like them. You don't have to dislike them. But at least you know what the numbers are.
And I think most of the council do, because we deal with the budget. Where I think this is going to be great is there is a number of people in the community that don't understand, even though we've had some educational forums. The League of Women Voters have had educational forums. There has been an attempt to educate the public, but the public can be stubborn, and they don't want it. They don't want to hear it.
We just want to give them the facts, ma'am. We're going to give
So,
them the facts
and I
do it.
Can I stop this discussion? So, I think this is going very far past a citizen comment. So I'm going to cut the conversation short, but I obviously don't speak for the council, but I, as the chair, saw that agenda item. I took it off because I don't think it's the council's place to tell the Travel Council what they can and cannot publish, and maybe Chris can enlighten me, but I've not seen any rule that says we have. I mean, they put out tons of advertising without our consent. Well, we approved the budget, but
Well, let me just speak to it, I guess. It's not the figures and the numbers and the statistics that you put in there. There was a very there were comments in there that took a political position. And that is what I'm saying needs to be approved by the council. If you're going to write a letter that takes a political position, and you did, then that needs to come through the council. If you want to just put out numbers and statistics, then that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But if you write a political letter that takes a political position, it needs to go through the council. Okay. That's all I'm saying. And
What's a political position that you find objectionable?
Well, I mean, writing, the last paragraph that you wrote, it sounded like you were saying that everybody just needs to accept tourism and get over it. I mean, it's...
I did say that.
Well, pass me the... I edited it out, and so did Kurt. But,
I'm proud of what we've done, sir.
No, and so am I. I'm just saying.
Thousands of my own hours.
You're mistaking. You're thinking that just because I wanted to come to the council that I don't agree with you. And that's not the argument that I'm making. The argument that I'm making is that if you establish a position that's political, then it needs to come through the council. And we may all agree with you and pass it.
I'm not a political person. I don't know what I said that was political.
Well, I mean, it was in the first draft, and so that's why I edited it, and that's why Kurt edited it. Well, I'd have to, if you want it verbatim, I'd have to go and get it.
Okay.
And I think this would be a good discussion between you and Kurt. When Kurt gets back into town soon, I don't think this is really the place to discuss it.
Well, I think it's important for the public to know.
I do too, and I
see your attitude.
I agree. No, yeah, okay. Let's move on to the next agenda item. Any more citizens to be heard?
Madam
Okay.
Chair, may I just clarify?
Yes.
We do not need to bring that to county council, correct? We can allow that to be published? It has been checked and checked and checked. I checked it again today.
Okay.
Well, I would say talk with Kurt about it before you, if what,
So something changed between Thursday when I talked with him
well,
and today.
I talked with him too, and I'm just saying that my interpretation was different than what you're saying.
Okay, he clearly said take it off, so.
Well, I guess that he said take it off, but I didn't interpret that meant that the travel council could publish it.
Who's supposed to publish it then?
Well, like I said,
Okay.
whatever
So-
he says, then let him
On hold.
make
All right.
the call.
Thank you.
I said, in my email that I deferred to Kurt, and that's what I meant.
And that's what I did, so, okay.
Okay, next on our agenda is presentations. We have first listed Jason Johnson, Utah Division of Forestry, Fire and State Lands, and Councilmember Halliday to tell us about the state fire policy. And specifically, what action items we need to do.
Well, we can switch places if you want.
I don't know if they wanna talk
Is
traffic,
it
they wanna talk fire.
Is it okay to switch? Okay, it's okay to switch. Let's go with Debbie.
Okay. Remember,
Okay, let me pull it up. Madam Chair, I appreciate you letting me come in and talk to you again, as the resident garbage goddess. Pull it up here.
It's always a pleasure, thank you.
We'll find out here real soon. I was somewhat delayed because we had someone lost. It was a carrier with lots of cars right next to Dave's Market and blocked 2 roads. So, this time I'm gonna talk about it from the Solid Waste Special Service District. My name's Deb Barton. I am the district manager for the district. And I've been here for almost 2 years, and so I'm gonna give you an update, as to what we're doing. And it is some information that is current. And one of the things I wanna talk to you about is, we are revising our proposed mission statement as a district. This is one of several that we've been looking at. In the past, we've been looking at saying zero waste in the district, and I have been talking about the zero as defined is 10% means that it's not zero. So we're looking more at our mission is to provide environmentally safe, fiscally sound solid waste and recycling assets for the community, and actually for the region, for the citizens, the businesses. And our geographical large area, of course, is outside Grand County because of northern San Juan County. I will also tell you that because of our involvement as a district with various things in the state, I recently got a call from Salt Lake City asking me for advice on where to take their materials to incinerate it so they would have zero waste to a landfill. And I asked them, did they understand that they had ash? And apparently that's zero waste. So I'm educating across the state. This is, of course, what you've seen before. These are the tonnages that we have at Klondike landfill, which is municipal solid waste only. Those are the tons that we've done, and you can see we basically have not increased. We're right where we were last year. However, last year in March was Chief Safari. This year it's April. So I don't have numbers for you, but I can tell you that typically we take in 2 transfer trailers a day. We are taking in 4 this week. So they left us a lot of gifts. We are not showing the growth through there, but it's still a lot of work, and my guys are working longer than 8 hours out there. This is biosolids. This is reflecting the moratorium, I think, for the city of Moab, and I talked a little bit with Kaylin Jones, who's on our board. Of course, Mary McGann is the chair. I believe this is reflecting the fact that the septic can no longer go through the city of Moab's wastewater treatment plant. We were contacted and they said, can we bring it right out to the Klondike landfill? And the answer, of course, is no. Very emphatically no, and my understanding is all septic is now trucked to Wellington. This is the third one that we have as far as the graph. This is the Moab landfill. And I am going to re-emphasize for the public and everyone here that it is now up to $15 to use the word dump
construction going on, thankfully. But it is still growing, and we're seeing a lot of remodeling projects, and we're seeing some of the yard wastes coming in at this time. So that's to let you know, again, Moab, I wish that we had a trend analysis just like Klondike to show the impact of tourism. Indirectly, we do not, but indirectly we do. For those of you who don't know where the recycling center is or what it looks like from above, in June of 2015, this is the picture of the recycling center. Since then, of course, we have moved some stuff, and many of you were aware that we got the perfect storm last year by having so much cardboard. But the pile is about the same in 2015 as it was in 2016. And I'm going to tell you in the next couple of slides what this is meaning to us. Our drop point is here now instead of storing. But there are two other tenants out here. This land is jointly owned. There's parcels that belong to Grand County, as well as the city of Moab. And of course we have the utilities easement across here. This is very steep through here. And among the things that we are also doing with our tenants is discussing where all of our employees are parking. Because the Moab abatement district is in here, as well as the Grand County Weed Department. This is their chemical storage, this is their other storage, and this happens to be our workshop and shop. We are putting temporary litter fences through here so that we can move them if the wind blows, and since the wind never blows in one direction, it's a constant battle. We have tried very, very hard to clean up and stay ahead of the wind. I have yet to find someone that can tell me how to control wind. We've also moved this around. Green Solutions is one of the primary haulers that comes in and is now paying for the cardboard, and they actually park their trucks here. They provide sorting. We are called we're not single stream, we are actually source separated. We get greater value than single stream. So therefore we are source separated in our material. But this is what's going on for us. This year, we've doubled the tons coming in March. Anecdotally, I'll tell you that this is tourism related. A lot of that is cardboard that is coming in and people bring in the stuff or the various places to sell. So we get a lot of cardboard. A lot of cardboard. We are also receiving an increased amount of glass, even though we are diverting it to the Moab landfill for use in the compost liner, as well as soil amendment. I will tell you, we also purchased another floor scale, fortunately. One of my operators decided it would be, well, let's just put it, if I didn't have the second scale, I would have no scale. He had to repair the first one. Plastics 3 through 7 is also included in this. Again, we don't ship it. We are using it, which is why my next slide is somewhat strange here. Oops, pardon me. Going too fast. We didn't ship out as much, but I also have not given an account of plastics 3 through 7 that we're using at Klondike as well as on site. We actually are using as a loading dock capability as well as windbreak. I think it's absolutely ludicrous, and this is my personal opinion, and the board has been talking to me about my opinions. Plastics 3 through 7 to pay someone to take the material to ship it to China, and the impact on the carbon, and paying $50 a ton for material that's basically junk plastic makes absolutely no financial, environmental, or sense at all. So we're trying to figure out ways of dealing with that. I'm also finding out that you cannot have private conversations anywhere in Moab because they are changed into gossip that are really amazing. For instance, we are not shutting down the recycling center. I'm just letting you know that is not the plan. If someone came in and was very upset after being not properly heard a conversation. The glass is still being used as soil amendment, and I will tell you that we are working closely with Synergy because they had a massive problem with 20,000 bottles of glass. So that's been one of those big projects we've had with them. They said,
what do you mean soil amendment?
Okay, glass is basically like a soil. It's silicon, right? And since we don't have a lot of soil out at Moab, we do have the right to crush up the glass and use it in place of the soil or as mixing with the soil.
Return it back to the same.
Basically. But it's called a soil amendment in my world. one is we're actually putting it underneath the composting pad area.
How small?
It's whatever we crush over with our dozer. It's not really fine. It's very, you're probably talking 1 to 2 inch liners. And we're actually using it, and the state approved that as an option for us to consider as part of the underlayment, and then put the clay on top of that, and then the compost will be on top of that. And we're doing this in 4 phases.
It's more the size of gravel.
Yeah, probably 3 inch road base type thing. But it's a good question to ask. Still trying to find some value-added products. I was just talking with a gentleman this morning who's taking the glass and he is making glass trees with them. And I don't know if he's planning to sell them or not, but they are blue glass in particular. The other thing that was on management plan is recycling center operations. I put down $70,000, and the board and I discussed this on Thursday. Actually, for 2016, the total loss is $111,000. But included in that is the fact that we financed the household hazardous waste. We also did the electronic waste at no charge to residents. That has changed. We now have tipping fees for corrugated cardboard from commercial haulers coming in. And at 136 tons, it helps a little bit. We are collecting electronic waste fees for people that bring in electronics correctly. And you will be happy to know that the citizens of this community, they don't ask, 75% of them have not asked for change back. They've asked us to keep the extra amount of money to help offset the costs. And I think that's incredibly commendable for the community, because those costs, as in one individual, was almost $300 potentially. It made a lot of sense. In compost and mulch, I'm waiting to see if we produce it, and then we'll sell it.
Is there any material that we make any money recycling on?
Okay, there.
Or is it all just a service to do something up with it?
That's a really, really good question. It is a myth across the nation that we make money at recycling. Certain commodities do. Aluminum is basically $700 a ton, but it takes a lot of beer drinking. Okay? Good, clean, number 2 plastics, natural milk jugs. That's $240 a ton, but that's very lightweight, and that takes a lot of milk drinking. So the costs are in there. There's some that can make a profit and pay for it, which is when we send our truckloads out, we ensure that they have aluminum or the good office paper, or if we have any bales of number 2 natural to help offset the transportation costs. It's not necessarily going to pay a lot because this is labor intensive. Does that answer your question? But it's a very good question, and it's something that someone asked. Is that it's not that we don't make money, but we don't make enough to pay all of our expenses.
I knew that when China was in their build-up phase, they were buying everything. And there was a big market for recyclables. Now they're not. So the market has collapsed. Yeah.
And actually, it is even more than it's collapsing. There was something called, about 2 years ago, called the Green Fence Initiative, and China was very much irritated, and they have the right to be, that people sent their trash to China as recyclable. And that's really not right either. Well, they have changed it to something called the National Sword. And the sword says our allowance for contamination is 0. And so they have the right to go ahead, an entire cargo ship, if there is any contamination in any bales, they have notified everyone they will reject the entire cargo ship. That has had a very real wake-up call to the recycling industry. Because what that means is single stream recycling has a tendency to be polluted, contaminated, because you can't pull everything out. And a lot of that is what was going overseas. And it's having an impact on single stream concepts. It's also having an impact even on us who do a really good job of recycling. So yes, China is the big elephant in the room right now. And their economy is not as good as they want it to be. Okay, so part of our additional goals, and at this point, I would like to offer an apology from the district to the council and to the members of our community. It's brought to my attention that we had too much plastic along the right-of-way at the Klondike entrance, and yes, we did. I went out there Friday morning and collected 40 pounds of mostly plastic. The district on Thursday night informed me of this, or my board did. Of that 40 pounds, I have found some interesting statistics. You know, we keep talking about having plastic bag bans, and that sounds like a really good concept, and I agree. They're a pain in a landfill. Out of the 40 pounds of plastic that I collected, 4 of them were grocery bags, 3 from Grand Junction. There were also plastic bags that came from bread loaves. There was plastic bags from the Brew City Fry Company. There were also plastic bags that were from the wrappings around toilet paper, bagged ice, construction plastic wrap paper, as well as the sheeting. So banning plastic bags helps some, but as I've mentioned to many people, the unintended consequences, we need to look at it fully. But I will tell you, I did clean it up, 3/4 of a mile, both sides of the road. I'll tell you, we have a very healthy prairie dog colony. I will also tell you the biologists have lied. Fire ants are not just in New Mexico or Texas. And I now have something else that I have to worry about allergic reactions to. And it's not pleasant, and they hurt. Additional goals, we're going to continue to do best management practices. I'm constantly in contact with a lot of folks across the nation now. 2 weeks ago, I was in Reno, and I had the opportunity of teaching a gentleman from El Salvador. If I spoke Spanish, he told me I could come down and teach their country. That made me feel like, wow, there must be the 1950s. But at the same token, I got an opportunity to come back with 2 ideas that might help us break even a little better in the recycling arena, so we're going to pursue some of them. The third idea is that there is out there now with Amazon.com, that if you bring in stuff from Amazon, the box, you can use the box, and it's, I still have to get all the details. That box can be used to ship materials back for recycling. So there's a new program that Amazon is supporting. I also found more information about equipment, which is important. So best management practices is something we're going to continue with. We're still going to expand the educational component other than my one-on-one with everybody. I think I'm down to, I only have like 8,500 more people to go, maybe. But it's one-on-one and constant discussion and explanation of the fact that the district is not a tax mill levy, which I found out is called millage, but we are in fact enterprise fund. We're going to still develop long-term stability and solvency of the district. We're required to do a 5-year plan. In solid waste arena, that's short. Solid waste really looks at 20-year plans, so we're going to develop a lot more of that in conjunction with a lot of other folks. And that's why we're developing our master plan for all of our district facilities, not just the landfills, not just the recycling center, not just composting, but all of it, and look at the growth of the area. As I mentioned when I first met with some of you, and Mr. Fryer talked about the impacts of tourism. There are some very positive impacts, but the infrastructure to handle the material is just as impactful. And I'm one of those that can show you, I can actually show you the impact that tourism has on the infrastructure very quickly. And with that, are there any other questions? Other than the fact, thank you for the 400,000. TRT, we're one of those that gets it, and we appreciate it. Because I will tell you, without the TRT, the rates at the Klondike landfill would more than likely double. You'd be looking closer to $60 a ton to handle all the trash that is generated from everything here. That's in my, there's an alarm that tells me in 2 minutes everybody's supposed to be shut down. Or 5:15. I apologize, I forgot to turn the alarms off. But without the TRT, the district would have some problems doing it. Without the TRT, we would not be recycling. Without the TRT, we wouldn't be able to accomplish some of the things to help the community. So on behalf of the board and the district, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
And anytime you guys want to come out, the litter party is the last Saturday of April, and you guys can come out and pick all the plastic up next Sunday from 8 to 1.
Remind me again, the lifespan of the Moab landfill?
The lifespan, the permit is for another 9 years. If we can continue to pull the compost and get people to quit bringing the cardboard as part of their construction, we may be able to have another 10 years life on top of that. But now we're starting to talk the politics and the concern, because with the new development to the north of us, the political view shed might not allow us to do things. But as far as life expectancy, yeah, as long as we have some people that don't misuse, abuse, or bully my staff, we should have at least 9 years, if not another 5 on top of that. But after that, everything's going to be going on. We just don't have the room. Okay. Any other questions?
I just have one.
Yes, sir.
Have you tried to determine the value of recycling with regard to what it saves at the landfill? Because in a lot of cases, people say, well, yeah, I understand that recycling doesn't make money, but if you look at it, from a holistic perspective, that the savings in terms of the landfill not filling up as fast has value.
Gee, is he in our meeting on Thursday?
Yeah, he must have been.
The answer is, we are in the process of doing that. It's called cost avoidance. There are some things that are always going to be a sunk cost, but the cost of actually processing it in. But as far as enough land, we're basically a 300-year facility even at the current growth and acceptance. From that perspective, we have breathing room. Because permitting new landfills, you're looking at a minimum of 15, if not 20 years. As I said, landfills are 20. But yes, the board has given me great encouragement, directed me to develop those. And so, come fall, maybe I'll have some numbers for you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now you're up, Jason.
Thank you, Jay.
All right, sure. Right there. Well, that wasn't such a bad delay. I learned a lot. I didn't know.
Probably didn't want to know.
Okay. Down to 8,499.
Let's see, we may have a PowerPoint, we may not.
It takes a little bit for it to load.
All right. Well, I'll get started. There we go. So I am Jason Johnson. I'm Area Manager for the Utah Division of Forestry, Park and State Lands. I want to thank you for inviting me to come and speak today. I want to mention Cody Greaves, County Fire Warden, here with me. And so he represents you out there when the smoke's in the air and a lot of times when it's not. I came here today to give a brief update, I hope, on the new Utah fire policy and the agreement that the county signed with the state at the end of last year, largely for the new council members to acquaint them with it. I'm going to touch on that fairly lightly, but if you've got questions, of course, I can go in as much depth as you can stand on that. And then I want to speak a little bit to items that the county, through the council or through whatever way you choose to do it, still needs to address with the policy. So those are the things I hope to accomplish here in a reasonable amount of time. And before I dive right into the policy, I do want to mention It also provides a framework for the Utah Catastrophic Wildfire Reduction Program. Anyway, this National Cohesive Strategy was developed a couple of decades ago in the mid-90s after some firefighting tragedies. And there's an interest in what can we do to reduce the incident, reduce the cost, reduce the dangers of wildfires nationwide. So it involved the federal agencies and the states, fire people, and they came up with these three overarching goals. And the three, just to read the bold there, is to restore and maintain landscape, so that's dealing with the fuels, create fire adapted communities, so having communities that are prepared for fire and the impacts, and then improving wildfire response. Utah is very unique. Of the 50 states, Utah a couple of years ago put this into law, and so it guides this policy, and it also guides the catastrophic wildfire reduction policy. And I'll show later on how it integrates into this on your end, or the end that you see. So the fire policy is governed through a cooperative agreement that the county signed. One of the things that's different about this from our old policy that we operated under with the county is that now municipalities and special service districts can participate, and they participate on the same terms as the county. They sign the same agreement, and it works the same way for the areas that they have jurisdiction and responsibility for. Under the policy, each entity retains responsibility and authority, and that's important, for initial attack in their area of jurisdiction. Now, Grand County doesn't have a wildfire organization beyond Cody and his second. So, for the most part, your initial attack is handled that way, and then the agreement, and I'm not clear exactly how that works, but Grand County, like most of our counties, have an agreement with the local fire departments, and they provide some of that response into the rest of the county beyond their area of jurisdiction. The two points about this agreement that I want to talk about is, under this agreement, the county can delegate responsibility, so management responsibility and also fiscal responsibility for individual fires to the state. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. And then they also commit to meet certain standards for training and equipment of their staff, and to fulfill a participation commitment. So no longer does the county send money to Salt Lake to pay for your end of the agreement and the insulation that you get from the cost of the fires. Instead, you fulfill this participation commitment within your own county. In trying to figure out how to do this, it's not entirely clear which one to talk about first. We're going to talk about the delegation this time. We'll see how it goes. They're both intertwined. So, when would a fire be delegated to the state? Well, there's officially 4 reasons why. And the first is that local fire official, a county fire chief or a local fire chief, says, hey, this fire is getting beyond, its scope, its complexity. It's getting beyond what we can handle with our personnel, our equipment, our level of training. We need more resources. And so we want to delegate it. And that's always going to be the primary reason. But other reasons, if a fire becomes multi-jurisdictional, so the fire starts on unincorporated county land that the county is responsible for, but as it spreads, it starts including BLM, land, forest service land, state land, then it's a multi-jurisdictional fire. We're going to do a cost share agreement, and then it essentially becomes automatic at that point. The other big reason is when additional resources are ordered through an interagency fire center, or, you know, we have one right here in the county, down by Ken's Lake. And, when that smoke goes up in the air, the public starts reporting the fire. The fire center's gonna send some resources, and what sent varies throughout the year based on the level of fire risk that week and the level of resources that are available region-wide, nationwide. We don't need to get into the details on this, but we call that the run card. So the run card initially gets sent no matter what. So if the county is utilizing as part of stomping that fire out, those initial resources that get sent out of under the run card, it's no harm, no foul. That's not a reason for a delegation. The delegation comes when you start saying, oh crap, we need a whole bunch more, and you start getting on the radio calling for it. There is a form that put in your packet that's used to affect that delegation. You know, getting into the logistics of it, that local fire person, whether that's Cody, whether that's Phil acting on your behalf, and we'll talk about the possibility of that. You know, they'll have their hands full, and so this document doesn't have to be signed right then and there on the spot. Once the decision's made, it's reported over the radio to the fire center. They put a timestamp on that. It's in their official logs, and that's how it's done. We can sign this agreement when we get the opportunity to. So that's one of those two main things I want to talk about. When the county's thinking about delegating a fire to the state, it's primarily a financial decision that's being made. The fire's really going to get fought the same no matter what. You know, whoever's managing that fire is going to start scaling up or scaling down for what that fire demands, what the weather demands, what the resources demand. But on the behalf of the county, basically, when you start getting those extra resources involved that are not county resources like Cody or the interagency resources for that first operational period, maybe a little bit more that just automatically are sent out, then you're looking at incurring a bill by the fire. And so then it makes sense to delegate it. The state takes over the management rather than coming back to you as a bill that you would pay to the state with a check to Salt Lake. It becomes part of your participation commitment, and we'll get into the details of that when we get to the participation commitment. So those local officials are going to be looking at what we call the billing threshold. When those run card resources come out, we have an agreement that we don't bill each other for the first 5,000 of our costs. It's just too much of a headache. So you've got that going for you. It's when you start looking at, hey, I'm going to be exceeding this billing threshold, that makes sense to delegate it. The delegation, if you look at the form, is from the local entity, which in this case is Grand County, to the state. And so the state duty officer, who's the person during the fire season that's supposed to be always available, on call, reachable by phone 24/7, will be on the part of the state accepting that responsibility. The question is, who's going to do that on behalf of the county? Okay, so the duty officer is going to be Rudy or myself 95% of the time, and usually if Rudy's the duty officer, I'm also available if you can't get a hold of Rudy. Generally, that decision should be initiated by the participating entity because you're making a decision that's going to affect you financially. So it shouldn't be the state that's initiating it. So, you know, this is one of those bullet points. The county needs to figure out who you want to have to delegate that. I'm not going gonna tell you who it should be, that's not my place. I will mention the warden's role. The warden does, under agreement, represent the county on fires. But the warden's in a little bit of a funny position. I know that there are counties around the state that are, delegating that, responsibility, all or in part, to their warden, but keep in mind that your warden, although he represents you and half of his salary is paid by the county, he's a state employee. So we hire and fire, and we provide the other 50% of their salary as well as some other things like the engine. So it puts them in a little bit of a funny position, to be the sole one responsible. So my preference is that the county have some sort of backstop. And, so that could be part of a deeper discussion, on the side or whatever. But again, I don't want to be the one telling you, well, you should delegate it to this person. It's not my place. So that's one of the 2 points I wanted to get to today, and for you to consider and to think about. The other part is the participation commitment. So if you're okay, I'll move on to that. All right. The participation commitment is the county's responsibility. It's sort of what the county kicks in. It is based on 2 things. It's based on acres that are deemed at high and medium risk for wildfire. That's based on a software program that we have called Utah Wildfire Risk Analysis Portal. Anyone can log on and take a look at it. I have a map of the county. And so for the acres that you're responsible for, so these are only unincorporated private acres that are not part of the Moab Valley or Castle Valley service districts for fire. Your responsibility for those acres for the participation commitment is $4,202, I think. My eyes aren't quite that sharp. And then the remainder of your participation commitment is based on a 10-year fire cost average, and it gets a little more detailed than that because the high year gets dropped, the low year gets dropped, which helps to smooth things out a little bit and save you a little bit of money. So your total participation commitment is $15,800 or something. So this brings us back to that delegation authority. So when you delegate a fire, rather than coming back to you just as a bill that you pay to the state for whatever outside resources are used, instead it becomes part of your 10-year fire cost average. It gets buffered somewhat, and then the other advantage is the way that you meet your participation commitment is by taking actions within your county that reduce the risk of wildfire. So to the extent that you're spending hard dollars, and they won't all be hard dollars because you meet some through in-kind, but to the extent that you do, you're spending them in Grand County rather than sending them somewhere else. The participation commitment actions that are used to meet your participation commitment are broken down to 3 categories: prevention, mitigation, and preparedness. And if you're to look back at that national cohesive strategy, those 3 goals, they match up exactly with those 3 goals. There are some details there of your $15,000-something participation commitment. Half of that needs to be met through mitigation, a minimum of half. And then on the preparedness end, that's capped at 25% of your participation commitment. So the county needs to plan each year how they are going to meet participation commitment. The statement that I put in the packet has a table where towards the beginning of the year, and we're a little late this year because it's the first year the end of the year, the county reports on how they met that, what actions they took, what the value, how you value each of those. And those actions should be guided by a community wildfire preparedness plan. The county has a couple of years to get that in place, but there already are CWPPs for portions of the county, so you've got a head start there. So the second sort of action item I just want to make you aware of is the county needs to figure out whose plate this gets put on. So somebody needs to figure out what actions need to be taken that the county's going to take. Someone needs to make them happen, and somebody needs to track that and be able to do the reporting at the end of the year. And again, that's it's not my place to suggest to the county how you should do that, but I'd be happy to take part in a work meeting as we figure that out. Yeah.
Who usually does that in other jurisdictions?
So I have 4 counties. One county, Emery County, is still trying to they've got a lot of things to figure out, and they haven't determined it. San Juan County has a county fire chief that works under the county emergency manager, and it's largely on the fire chief's plate with supervision from the emergency manager. Carbon County has tasked it to their emergency manager. I don't know, I don't have a good feel for, the rest of the state, how they're doing that. And, it's going to be different in each state. All of my counties are very rural. It's going to be different in Davis County, Salt Lake County.
Is there a place that makes more sense than others that you can recommend? Who's most apt to take that on?
Oh, man. You are putting me on the spot here.
Do any of these other counties have county fire department?
San Juan County does, kind of. It's not very well organized. Emory County has a countywide special service district. We're still trying, that's where we're having a hiccup there. They can't find the documents, and so we don't know how it's structured. We don't know if the city's a part of it or not. So that's our holdup in Emory County. They were signed 30 years ago, but anyway, Carbon County has their emergency manager is a red-carded firefighter, but they don't have a fire department underneath. They don't have a independent county fire department. They do have an agreement with the local fire department. I know that they are looking at creating a countywide special service district to handle that. And actually, I'd have to say that, one of the things that this fire policy has caused that I've observed is each county is taking a look at how they handle fire, how they handle wildfire, and a lot of them are thinking about restructuring. But that's a longer term thing than how do we meet our participation commitment, how we do a delegation authority this year.
Mary, I have a question.
Yes.
How much time will whoever's plate this is put on, will this process be? I mean, if it's how...
It depends on how you want to handle it. And so, from my perspective, the participation commitment that Grand County has is not that large. So the 50% that you need to meet through a wildfire mitigation project, we're about $8,000. That's not a very big project, so one project could easily knock that out. If you decide to just contract that, hire, there's various, Utah Conservation Corps, the Four Corners School, Canyon Country Youth Corps, you know, if you put a project together, and we'll help you with all these steps. We'll give advice, and we'd even be open to partnering, you know, so maybe if we're doing a project and you want to sort of tag on and put resources into make it bigger, we could look at it something like that. So it's not, and actually getting things done, it may not be that big, you know, if you want to be part of it by purchasing equipment on the preparedness end that goes to you know, some of your local fire departments to help them. There are ways, but it's sometimes someone has to be responsible and, you know, and thinking of it and making sure it happens. As far as the tracking, the numbers, again, some counties are having that one person do that, and some are having them work with, you know, the county clerk or somebody that's already tracking money, and having them do the tracking. So, or the secretaries in the county commission office. So,
Greg?
Yeah, I had Cody give me a map showing the county and the private land within the county. And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about, public land at all. We're talking about just private land within the county. Now, if you subtract Spanish Valley and Moab Valley, because that falls under the Moab Fire District. You subtract out Castle Valley in the area that they cover. You subtract out Thompson in the area that they cover. So we're talking about some private land up here on Bald Mesa, Willow Basin, the east side of the LaSalle's, and then there's a lot of private land scattered around over by Cisco and the Book Cliffs. And there's a bunch up there where 313 comes into 191, where the dinosaurs are. So that's it. That's the land basically we're talking about. But it's scattered all over the place. Okay? So it's nothing right around here. It's scattered out and spread all over. And the fact that Grand County does not have a fire department, we do not have volunteer firemen, we have nobody to do anything. Living out in Castle Valley, I'm on the fire department there. I've seen what we've done, do there, but we have the people to do it. And so they met the commitment and they're doing all that. How we're going to do it with the county, that's going to take some work.
We have a fire department.
Moab Valley Fire Department.
The county doesn't have it.
Yeah.
It's not the county's.
It's not the
Why do we pay?
They're special.
Yeah, but we support them financially.
A little bit.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that 16,000 isn't anything, but, you know, compared to what other counties are meeting, you know, Carbon County's right on the cusp of 100,000. So, and Moab Valley has taken on a participation commitment, that's actually larger than what the county does, so. And they were pretty intimidated by it, frankly. They're like, how can we ever do this? We've never done this before. They started thinking a little bit. We sat down with them, brainstormed, started putting some things on this participation commitment sheet, and they've blazed right through it. So I don't think it's insurmountable by any means.
Yeah, I think, well, you know, Greg kind of cut more to the point. I'm not really concerned about, you know, finding a person to oversee it or doing the mitigation. You know, those are not really the most difficult parts for us. The most difficult part for us is that we don't actually have an agreement with the Moab Fire District. But they do respond, you know, to vehicle fires outside of their district. But it's of their own volition, you know. And we compensate them a little bit for some of that. But I think that when you discuss coming up with a countywide district, you know, that may be happening in other places, that's probably what we're going to have to do as well, because if we are gonna contract, for instance, with Moab Valley Fire to take care of some of these regions, or to, provide any kind of initial attack, then, or initial response, then, we're gonna have revenue for it somewhere, and so that would either entail the existing fire district expanding their boundaries, which they have some concern over because of their ratings, but I've heard, I think, that there's a possibility of doing a tiered rating within a single district. But if that doesn't work, then of course we do a separate one, which is just basically a taxing entity that passes the funds along to whoever we contract with. But I think that's our major problem, is that if we did have a fire, even if we had a guy that was in charge of initial response, we've got nothing to send out. We have no agreement with anybody, we have no equipment, and we have no firefighters. And so that's the trouble, really. And so it's getting to that point where we, fix that problem. I think that's the more difficult part of it. Establishing an agreement with somebody that has the equipment and the personnel to actually respond.
And I see that's gonna be a challenge. Like I said, I think that's actually one of the values of the policy, that's making each county look at that and say, oh, we've got some holes here that we need to address. On the end of the delegation of authority end of things, you do have a wildfire resource in Cody. You've got the Type 6 engine, you've got some expertise there. We'll have a second on the engine with them, so they'll respond. I do, my preference would be, though, that there's somebody that he can call when he's thinking that a fire is gonna need to be delegated, so that he can feel comfortable that the county is aware.
Yeah.
Type 6 is sort of the smallest of the official wildland fire trucks. It's
Ours is what, 200 gallons?
a little under 300,000, or 300, a little under 300 gallons, and it's limited in its capabilities, but frankly, most years Grand County doesn't have that huge of a fire load compared to some other.
Yeah, well, it just seems to me like even if we wanted to, establish an initial response, up to that point that you discussed, that $5,000 billing threshold or whatever, we would still need something, in place to get even to that bare minimum, which we don't have, not by agreement anyway. So yeah, I mean that's part of it too, is to, like, I'm just saying this more for the council's edification, that it's more than just contracting to do some mitigation and figuring out somebody in the county who wants to take the job on. There's more to it than that also, that's more complicated and will require, I think, probably some filing some districts with the Lieutenant Governor's office and doing some work that way.
Didn't we discuss this during our budget hearing last year, was that even the Moab Fire Department came and said that they felt like, they were responding to so many, mostly vehicle fires that were outside their district, that they were looking at trying to find other revenues of, to be paid for that. So it looks like that's where we need to go. We need to develop a way to tax those areas and get a revenue coming in.
Then there's like a big liability thing if we're taxing them and we don't have a appropriate response.
But we're not taxing
Well,
fire.
In the future.
If there were, if the current Moab Valley Fire District expanded to include some other areas, or, I don't know that they would expand to be, countywide, less the other two fire districts. But, that would provide them with the revenue, the tax base revenue to, take on that load. But then, of course, it would be kind of out of our domain anyway, 'cause then it would be within their district. I suppose the other one would be to do a separate district, which would be more just a strictly administrative district that collected the money and passed it along to whoever was contracted to do the work. It wouldn't necessarily have to pull that much money. I mean, it would be probably a small amount of money. I guess the alternative would just be to pull money out of our general fund and use that, but it's not necessarily ideal.
I can tell you that Castle Valley responds to initial attack fires outside of our district.
Yeah, and that's good, but I think the problem for them is that, you know, obviously that they're incurring an expense that they're not collecting for. And you know, I think that the Moab Valley Fire District is starting to get a little frustrated putting out fires outside of their district that they're not being compensated for, and so I don't think that the way it's been is going to be okay going into the future much longer.
So what, Madam Chair,
Yes.
what do we perceive as our next step? 'Cause it seems like we've talked about this before, but it seems like we need to move ahead into either creating a district or
Well,
what should our next step
we should
be?
be able to, I don't know, I mean, I think that, you know, the sheriff's department has sort of casually taken over the position, and so I guess we'd have to talk with Steve to see if he would be willing to have one of his staff officially take on the responsibility.
Talk to whom?
Steve?
Sheriff.
Steve.
Because I think it's sort of, you know, unofficially he's kind of taken the role on up to this point. And I guess we talked with him, and then, you know, we could get this part of it squared away, and then that person could work on a mitigation project, and then in the meantime we could figure all the rest of it out with talking with Moab Valley Fire District and see what they think the best solution is, because I mean, as far as contracting with anybody for an initial response, it seems like they would be, you know, they and Castle Valley would probably be, depending on where the fire was, the ones to work with.
To contract with.
I think that probably by before our next meeting in May, we need to sit down with Jason and some principals and figure out how to address these issues in a workshop. We need to hammer it out.
Does it need to be a full council workshop, or could it be a work group committee?
I think it could be a work group.
Yeah, from my perspective on that, I think that'd be useful, and, you know, there's some players that potentially contribute a lot that aren't council members. You know, so the sheriff, a representative, and, you know, maybe even Diana Carroll, she has the budget there, and emergency manager, and some of those other folks that understand how it all works.
Well, we're running out of time, because I think we're supposed to have this done by when, June? Or
Well,
in that area?
the agreement says, well, really, so on the figuring out the delegation of authority, you know, we could bust a decent fire any time now. Some of the neighboring counties in Colorado are under a red flag warning today, so. On the participation commitment, it's designed to be sort of filled out at the beginning of the year, but we're giving a lot of flexibility this year, where it's the first year and everyone's trying to figure it out. But you know, there's that end of the year deadline for actually fulfilling that and reporting it, so parts of it.
Okay.
So I think, yeah, the first step would be to get on onto the agenda, an agenda item to delegate the responsibility to somebody. I think that the first person to ask would be Steve,
Okay.
the sheriff. And if, if he's not willing to do it, then, I don't know who would. Well, Rick works for Steve.
He's
So.
being very quiet back there.
I think that Rick would, be a good choice, but I don't understand his position necessarily with Steve, and so it'd be Steve's prerogative about who of his staff would take it on. So that's why I mentioned the sheriff, Steve.
Okay, then who is the point person to talk with Sheriff White?
You want to talk with him, Greg?
Okay, we have a point person. And that will turn into an agenda item for our next council meeting, hopefully. And, do we need an agenda item to establish a committee to decide, or that person could decide about mitigation? Are we thinking that's gonna be one and the same?
Well, the way I would
Or the
envision it is whichever staff member takes on the responsibility would take on the responsibility of putting together
Okay.
the mitigation project.
That simplifies things.
Which, is just gonna probably end up being us contracting with somebody to do the work, and so I don't think it would be that big of a deal. And there's probably plenty of projects out there.
We need to schedule a working group.
Yeah, I would think the working group would be more geared toward how are we gonna deal with an agreement with Moab Valley Fire, Castle Valley, Thompson, whatever, for initial response, if that's the way that we wanna go.
Figure out who the responsible party is.
Well, we're responsible, but who do we pay to do the work?
And then how about the taxing? Trying to set up a district or a way to bring in some revenue? Is that
That's
how-
what we're gonna work on after we get all of these initial have
so
to
that'll
do
be the
now
third?
steps.
Okay, that'll be the third step.
Well, it'd be good to figure out those later steps prior to budget
Yeah.
starting, so just get it all squared away, or some plan squared away before September.
Point person.
To get a.
So that's gonna be a group committee
Yeah.
type thing. Okay. Then I'll go back to my question. Do we need an action item on the next agenda to establish a study committee?
I don't think so.
No,
If we're
just
talking
do it.
about a committee that's not just 3 council members, but if it's the
Right.
council member, the sheriff, emergency manager, fire warden, forestry, fire state land, if it's that kind of committee, no, they can be doing that on their own.
Okay, well then, we need a point person for that too, to make sure it happens. Greg? Okay, we've established that, thank you. Any more questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time, and I'm gonna excuse myself, I have a meeting in LaSalle in just a little while.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda, agenda item G is, Elaine Gisler, our Travel Council Executive Director, to talk about approving a proposed contract award for the Moab Area Travel Council website redesign.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you, and I'm requesting that the county council approve, the proposed contract award to Relic, a company who will, who put in an responded to the RFP for, web redesign. We had an overwhelming response, we had 19 companies respond from all over the United States, which is great, but prices vary from $8,900 to $225,000. So, but what we decided on was Relic, because we had worked with them for the design of our travel planner, and they did an excellent job. We didn't have one issue with them. I also, checked on their references, which, are, Uinta County, and, checked with Bryce Canyon, the DMO down there, who both have used, they were called Thorns, and they've changed their name to Relic, and have had nothing but rave reviews about them. So the cost of the web design, that they quoted was $13,800, which is extremely reasonable. However, we will be providing them with all of the information, all the photography, and we want it to be in WordPress, because all we want them to do is design it, put it into the WordPress, layout, design, and then go away. We don't want to be beholden to anybody to have to pay fees. We don't want to have to call them up to help us work through issues. We want to facilitate that ourselves. So it was a flat rate of $13,800. We may then, use them for some translation for the homepage in about 4 different languages, but right now this is just the WordPress design. So, we're not going to change our hosting company. They've worked out really well. They're local. We pay a small fee. We handle over 2 million visitors to the website annually, so we've had no issues. So, we feel that this is the right direction for us to go for a web design.
Okay. Mary?
I move to approve the proposed, contract award effective April 18th, 2017 to Relic in Provo, Utah, as the company for the redesign of the Moab Area Travel Council website for 2017, and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Thank you, Mary.
Second.
Greg seconds the motion. Mary made the motion, Greg seconds it. Any questions for
Just
vote?
so who's gonna, maintain it?
Robert
Okay.
and myself, because right now, the way we have the website, he's the only one that can pull all of the statistical information, which drives me crazy because I can't get at it.
All right.
So with the new design, I'll be, trained on it, and it'll help with the front end and then the back end. So we currently manage it now, and, a lot of the companies do submissions for, we can give you a custom design, and we can do this and that. We do not want to get, and I've been there from, former experience, to, be locked into a custom design.
If Robert was still on the job, so, with that,
Very much so.
we know.
When he retires, so may I.
Well, I was just making sure, because I wasn't clear,
He's still there, and he's really actually looking forward to the new design, because our design currently isn't responsive. You can bring it up on mobile, but it's not responsive. We want to have a blog. We want to do a lot more things with it. It's old. We've put Band-Aids on it, but now we have to bring it forward, so we can do a lot more things with it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I was just, because WordPress is great and it's easy to use, but you have to update it all the time, or it gets hacked into really easily. So.
Yeah, and he's really well versed in it, being an engineer. So he's worked with our site for 18, almost 20 years. So and he's excited to turn it over, and we're looking forward to it. But we do know that there can be those pitfalls, so we're aware of that.
Okay. Any more? Do we all remember what we're voting on? Okay, I will not repeat the motion. Everyone in favor, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion passes 6 to 0.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Ms. Swayze approving proposed contract award for 2018 commercial reappraisal.
Hello, good evening. So what this is a result of an RFQ for our 2018 commercial reappraisal. As required by law, every 5 years we have to reappraise all of the commercial in Grand County, and we do this by contracting with a private company. In the past, the first time we did it in 2008, we had about 5 bids. They ranged anywhere from $120,000 to $550,000. When we did it in 2008, we only got one company, which was the appraiser, so we contracted with them. This year, we were able to get 2 companies to bid on it. The appraisers out of
Provo, Utah, and also, I'm gonna butcher this name, Watanabe Enterprises, and they're out of North Salt Lake. And we were kind of excited for somebody new to bid on it, except when we got the bid and it was $182,000 different, I kind of wasn't as excited, so, I think both companies are very confident to do the work. We've had the appraisers in, we've worked with them a lot and been satisfied with their work, so my recommendation would be that we accept the appraiser's bid and go with them.
Okay.
Who?
Yes.
Which one?
The appraisers out of Provo, Utah.
Oh, out of Provo.
Uh-huh.
And there is
Yes, right here.
on the dais, this, you didn't notice, kind of rewording the motion.
$495, and the other company was $273,100. And I think part of that is because the appraisers already have our information, they have all of our floor plans and stuff, so they just come in and redo it, and so it's just, the new people coming on would have to recreate the bid.
All right. There's a motion. Mary?
I move to accept the contract with the appraisers from Provo, Utah for the commercial reappraisal for 2018 in the amount of $90,495, plus or minus depending on the number of buildings and land parcels appraised, resulting from a forever changing construction in Grand County, and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Okay. Mary's made the motion. Do we have a second? Greg seconds the motion. Any more discussion before we vote?
I just want to point out, Madam Chair, this is the 2018 budget in dollars that you would be committing, which
Yeah.
is a little...
I naively put a sticky note on my thing saying, is this within budget? And then I realized, no, not yet.
How does it compare? How does it compare with, whoever we're using now?
5 years ago.
Or whatever agreement we have now for commercial appraisal?
How it compares from last time?
Yeah.
I think last time was around 96,000 is what they did.
So.
And the plus or minus, I don't anticipate a bunch of change, because the numbers that I ran, I have to run the numbers, of course, right now, and that doesn't show the new construction, so that's why I put that in there, is that could change a little bit, but I don't anticipate a big adjustment on that.
Okay. Any more? All in favor? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Deb. And now we get to have Judd come back for lots of airport items. I will let you, this is item I, approving proposed billboard lease agreements. There's lots of billboard lease agreements, so I'll let you preface each item as we go.
Okay. So yes, items I, J, and K are all looking at the same aspect, billboards. We have 6 billboards out on the airport. 4 of them are full-size billboards, 8x24. 2 of them we actually converted our old entrance sign 3 or 4 years back into more advertising space. So those billboards are 6 by 16, so 96 square feet or 140, I can't do, or 8 by 24. The county has an established base rate of $1.45 per square foot per month for billboard space. Of those 6 billboards, 5 are currently have advertisements for airport-based companies on them. All of those companies want to continue their lease. They were all established in 2014. This is new leases for 3-year duration, and these are the same discussion for items I, J, and K. The first one is with Canyonlands Balloon. It's the north billboard, so it's basically the first billboard to see driving southbound into Moab. And they would like to continue this. It is, the physical impact is $3,340.80 per year for 3 years for Canyonlands ballooning, a hot air balloon.
Okay, Rory.
I'm gonna make a motion.
I move to approve the proposed billboard lease agreement with Canyonlands Ballooning LLC and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Okay, Mary seconds the motion. Rory made the motion. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries, any opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0, to 1. Councilmember Baird opposed. Say that right? Okay. Let's go on to agenda item J, which is Skydive Moab at Canyonlands.
Okay, of those 6 billboards, Skydive Moab, they acquired the other skydiving company that was out there. It's still operating under 2 names. So between the skydiving companies that advertised on 3 different billboards last year, the same 3 would be up for this year. So 2 of them are the large billboards. One of them is the small one, for a total of $8,352 revenue per year for 3 years for the 3 billboards. Any questions or concerns?
I'll make a motion. I move to approve 3 proposed billboard lease agreements with Skydive Moab and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Thank you. Rory's made the motion. Do we have a second? Mary seconds the motion. Any discussion? All in favor? 5 in favor, all opposed. I almost raised my hand. Motion carries 5-1 with Councilmember Baird opposed.
You would have loved, I got approached by a company out of Colorado that wanted to put up a 300 square foot illuminated rotating LED billboard at the airport.
Wow.
I'll give them your contact information.
I did notice them yesterday as I drove back into town, and I do think that they look better with advertising on them than just bare.
And
Look better if they weren't there.
there is one, prior to, just as a note, the 6th billboard that basically no one has ever wanted, it's because it's north of the airport, it's only visible to northbound traffic, so it doesn't really give what you want out of advertising, bring customers in, it just catches customers as they're leaving town. Been working with Travel Council, and we're going to have a Discover Moab, thank you for visiting Moab type advertisement.
Is that the comment you wanted to make?
Yes,
okay.
thank you for visiting and blah, 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 whatever. Decided that it would be nice to have that as they leave town and take work.
Nice, thank you.
Better than exposed plywood. Or.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're on agenda item K now.
K, this is for Pinnacle Helicopters. It is one of the 96 square foot ones at the entrance. Again, 3-year contract.
Rory's trying to cut you off, sir.
Yeah.
Are you done?
Yes.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
I move to approve the proposed billboard lease agreement with Pinnacle Helicopters LLC and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Thank you. Rory's made the motion. Any seconds? Mary seconds the motion. All in favor? 5 in favor, all opposed. Motion carries 5-1 with Councilmember Baird opposed. Okay. Agenda item L, approving proposed amendment to an existing ground lease with Pinnacle Helicopters LLC.
Okay, several months ago, you approved a ground lease for Pinnacle Helicopters to build a hangar out at the airport. As they've gone through the developmental process and figuring out their real specific needs, internal or office spaces and whatnot, they like to amend that proposal to the same way where the Grand County owned building has a small office built to the side of the hangar. They want to do that same thing on the side of their hangar. The result would be an extra 14 feet wide of ground space going the length of the hangar, 50 feet. So the reason I'm coming to you is because it actually does change the terms of the lease. It adds on an additional $161 of ground lease per year, bringing the total ground lease up to $851. The airport board reviewed this and recommended it.
Right, Mary?
I move to approve the proposed amendments to the existing ground lease with Pinnacle Helicopters LLC at the Canyonlands Field Airport to permit the construction of an office space and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Thank you. Mary's made the motion and Roy seconds the motion. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries 6-0.
Okay. Thank you.
Agenda item M.
Agenda item M needs a little bit more discussion. Air Inc. has been a tenant of the airport since 2008. They have a series of radio transmission towers on top of the terminal building, as well as a little bit of space in our maintenance closet. It's a company that maintains radio transmission equipment so that either on the ground or planes flying overhead have a continuous network across the entire United States. So this way, say you have an accident or someone gets sick on a seat or someone's having a heart attack on a plane flying overhead, it's not something you need to portray to air traffic controllers, but each airline has their own dispatch centers and they'll have a doctor on standby to be able to talk a flight crew through. And that's the kind of service that Air Inc. provides. Earlier this year, they requested, as they have every couple of years since 2008, an extension of their office lease to keep this equipment on the airport. The discussion that arose was that we, generally speaking, don't have a problem with it there, but we're in the middle of a large remodel of our terminal, and we haven't got to that final design of will it still work with them there. So they would like to be there for a long term, but we're hesitant to say, hey, you can absolutely be there for the next couple of years when we honestly don't know where they're at, if it's even going to be there. The maintenance room might shift and that wall might disappear where they're up against, and then all of a sudden we are dealing with having to break a contract. So it was recommended to do their same contract but for month to month instead of a multi-year or a multi-year contract like they had requested. This led to discussion during the airport board of what rate do we charge them. The airport board has two set rates for office space, $3.25 a square foot for multi-year contracts, or $4.25 a square foot for less than a 2-year contract. That's obviously, in my opinion, the intent of that difference is someone doesn't want to put in a long-term commitment, then they're going to have to pay a higher rate. The board recommended that, well, we're not giving them a 2-year lease, so let's charge them a higher rate. In my opinion, I believe that it would be in the county's good faith, because this company does want to stay established, to grant them or generate a month-to-month lease, but at that lower rate. And that's why in this agenda summary it says it's either $146.25 per month or $191.25 per month, and that's the difference of, I don't want to set, in my opinion, I don't want to set the precedent that, hey, this company wants to be here for 5 years, but if we only give them a contract for 23 months, then we'll get more money out of them each time around because it's a higher rate, less than 2-year contract. So that's why it's listed in these two.
Judd, I was thinking during that meeting that it was, that we decided that we really didn't need them there. But
we don't need them, but it's one of those where, yes, we can have them leave, but why would we want to get rid of a revenue source if there's other options, other locations we can put them? One potential option is put them on top of one of the other county-owned buildings. So so we still generate the revenue, but it doesn't take up the space. So it's, do we need them in the terminal building?
Did the airport board make a decision?
Like I said, they recommended, recommended to approve a lease, month to month until we figure out can it stay in its location, or do they need to move if they want to stay on the airport? And that's going to be dependent upon our design, what comes about of the design of the terminal building. So the airport board did recommend favorably in terms of generating a lease, but a shorter term lease, not the 2 years that they requested. But they did say, well, since it's going to be less than a 2-year lease, charge the higher rate.
And they would like to have them moved because all the antennas are on the roof right now. So they could move all the antennas over to one area.
But it's a revenue source.
Yeah. Well, but we need to, I mean, I think we need to do the per month thing, but I don't know, I mean, I would probably recommend what the airport board discussed.
Are we going with the higher rate for?
Yeah, I would.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Can we even, I mean, I'm assuming that the rates are set forth in the rate schedule that we all approve, but I don't know what time, beginning of the year probably?
October, November, somewhere in December.
Their effective beginning.
And so can we even legally charge them the lower rate if we wanted to, because it's not a month to month?
That is.
That's a good question.
Yeah, and that's the legitimate question, because they don't want a short-term contract.
Right.
And the reason why we won't grant them the long-term contract is because we don't want to catch ourselves in the middle of a, hey, we've got to pay to move them if it doesn't work out.
Your point was that we can't pick and choose rates, they're already set?
Yeah, that's, I mean, I would just assume give them the lower rate, since it's us that's requesting the month to month, and they really want the longer, lower rate, but I don't know if we can really do that.
Andrew, did he step out for good, or is he coming back?
Sorry?
Is Andrew coming back?
Oh, I don't know.
And if we do sign this contract, can we still have them move, or, I mean, because they don't, you obviously say they don't want to do them every month contract.
No, their preference is to be in place.
I think maybe I'll just weigh in. I think maybe your point, I hadn't thought about your point as far as we do have an ordinance that is the consolidated fee schedule. I mean, this is a little different because we're kind of forcing this on them.
Right, it's not what they're requesting.
So, and staff is recommending different than what the airport board is recommending, so. I don't know, the ordinance, the consolidated fee schedule is an ordinance though, and it's a law, we should follow our own laws, kind of.
I know, I'm letting her finish her sentence.
One way to think of it.
I move to approve a month-to-month renewal of Air Inc.'s office lease contract for space in Canyonlands Field Airport Terminal Building at the rate of $4.25 per square foot per month, and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Okay, Chris has made the motion to approve the month-to-month contract at the higher rate of $4.25 per month. Rory has seconded the motion. Any discussion?
I'm not comfortable I would like legal review, or to know if we could charge them the $3.25, because I'm not comfortable with the $4.25, because it's still revenue, and it's not, we're forcing them, this is our recommendation, not that, they want to do the 5-year, and it is a revenue source, so I'm not comfortable with voting for the $4.25. But I would like to know if we could legally, but I'm not comfortable with the $4.25 at this point.
Okay, anyone else?
I agree with my esteemed colleague.
Yes. The reason why I brought that point up is setting the precedent of being presented a contract request, and then we come back changing that to our financial benefit. But the legal review of can it be changed or not, that's...
Well, we're not, so, let me get this straight, this is a new contract, right? Or is it an amendment to an existing one?
It's a renewal.
Okay, so then we have the right then to renegotiate.
Correct.
Based on our fee schedule.
Yeah.
Based on our...
That's, it's business, sometimes it doesn't go your way.
I couldn't agree more.
Well, and everything goes up.
Yeah.
2% at least.
I mean, we set the fee schedule, it's just the way it goes. That's what I said.
Ooh. Okay, well, I just want to, I fear that we're in a position now that this agenda item might not get approved as moved. There's that distinct possibility. And so then suddenly this group is out of a home.
It's one where they would like to have time to move if they had to, just so they maintain coverage across the country, but it's, honestly, I guess my point is not about the cost for them. They are a billion-dollar company. It's more a matter of not wanting to, being concerned of the precedent of us changing a contract request for a greater rate paid to us. And
How much are we talking about?
it's a difference of $50 or $40 a month.
$40.
Yeah, I mean,
Right, and the reason why the staff, why I did the different recommendation is for the perspective of us changing a requested contract for our benefit, and and I do believe this is a one-time, very unique circumstance given the time of this situation.
yeah, I can definitely appreciate where you're coming from, but I think there is something to be said for picking and choosing how we apply our fees, and it's like if we set that in the past, I feel like we should stick to it. So.
Okay. I'm going to restate the motion because we've all been discussing so much. I move, who made the motion?
No.
Chris made
Chris
the
and
motion.
then Rory.
Chris moved to approve a month-to-month renewal of Air Inc.'s office lease contract for space in the Canyonland Field Airport Terminal Building at the rate of $4.25 per square foot per month, and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents. Did you second it? And Rory seconded the motion. All in favor? All opposed? Mary McGann, Councilwoman McGann is opposed. Motion carries 5-1.
Okay.
And the only reason I voted for it is because of the pick and choose comment. Thank you. Okay. And that can be presented to them nicely and say we have to stick with our ordinances.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I doubt they care about the cost.
I mean,
I'm
honestly,
sure they
it's
do.
one of those where I'm sure there are actually very few airports, actually no airports within 150 miles a year have it, but other places they are legitimately likely paying $50 a square foot.
Well,
Our office, because we just have it as our office lease rate, $325 for a long-term lease. As a reference, terminal space is a premium. There's a reason you pay $95 for a Big Mac at an international airport, because their lease space is legitimately in the $60 to $100 per square foot per month.
Well, if it gets to the point where you don't want them out there anymore, we could talk about some other space. I don't know if the EOC building's all full up of antennas, but it's already got a bunch, and so maybe there's room for more over there.
There's that. There's other other county-owned buildings at the airport, and again, many of these systems are not located on airports.
Yeah, so I think there's plenty of options, so I don't, I'm not.
Where is the lawyer when you need him?
Good timing.
Oh, boy. Okay, let's move on to agenda item N.
And,
Approving a remodel of county-owned hangar B at Canyonlands Field by Red Tail Air. Jeff?
Hangar B is the larger hangar, it's the one with the office building off to the side. Red Tail would like to put in a, counter space and sink and, microwave and whatnot for their staff, but to do that, they're gonna have to be tying into our sewage, into our water, which requires a commercial building, permit. It's our building, not theirs, so they need to ask for permission before they do a commercial business license on county-owned property. But it's, I believe there's a schematic of their design. It's basically a kitchenette.
Chris?
I move to approve Red Tail Air's request to remodel the county-owned hangar B at Canyonlands Field at their expense to install an employee kitchen area and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Okay, Councilman Baird's made the motion. Do we have a second? Greg seconding the motion. Any more discussion? Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries 6-0. And agenda item O, approving funding and the proposed scope of work for developing a drainage plan at Canyonlands Field Airport.
So, in order to reiterate some of the things that we've discussed in either, previous workshop meetings, the board, or MBA meetings, drainage is of a concern for the airport. If you have any development built in town, prior to the first house being built, that developer will need to put in water, sewage, storm drainage. We, as the sponsor of the airport, that land is ours, and we allow buildings to be built, hangars primarily. But even though the first hangar was built out there almost 20 years ago, not counting the first county-owned building, but the first private structure was almost 20 years ago, those structures have all been built without any plan in place. And as you saw from the presentation earlier today, there's a whole lot of development coming down the pipeline right now. And I believe it's critical that we figure out where this is going. This is roughly 45 to 50,000 square foot of new roof space, not to mention another 100,000 square foot of ramp. So that's a lot of water that's not going to be getting into the soil, just on the new development, much less the existing development that's already in place. And while it's been something that could have been done for years, it never has had that money allocated. It had been my intention last October to make it a points of discussion and request it in 2018, but we've had a significant increase in applications and issuance of ground leases for building these hangars. I mean, we've been on a track record of one new building every 3 or 4 years, and now we're at one new building every 3 or 4 weeks. And it's just almost reached that critical point where at some point we need to try to catch up from decades of just kind of coming along. And this is one of those. Back in 2015, Armstrong Consultants was selected by the county as their engineer, or as the engineer of record for the airport. They have, or in that original contract, a list of many different things that they can do for us underneath that contract, like a master plan, or develop and build a runway, or develop a drainage plan. So that's why in that scope of work it references 2015, because that was that 5-year contract that we established with them in conjunction with the FAA as our engineer of record. So I think it's just that we need drainage.
Chris?
Did you discuss where the money would be best come from with Diana?
We've talked about availability of Fund 56, and then potential of TRCC, but likely being able to find it in the capital of Fund 56, and a lot of that, there is funds set aside there right now. They were originally for our match share of the runway. We're now, I'll be going and doing another CIB grant for the June 1st submission for getting a loan for that aspect of it. So that's freeing up those funds if we could acquire that. But
so is this money available though anywhere in 56? Given that you're going to use money for match.
Well, for the CIB, it would be we were pursuing an all loan option, not grant loan. Both for the timing and for not needing to come with that match. So if that were to come to fruition, I mean, it really comes down to, yes, there's money in there. It was originally put in there for another purpose. That other purpose, we're looking for additional funding source through the CIB. Right now, I can't give you an absolute yes or no. Yes, I do know that there is money in that fund, but when will we need to put up the match? So if we get, if we were going to use that money for the airport runway, when would that money need to be available? If we did not pursue CIB, we would need that money this calendar year times 2.
Yeah, and so I guess, what I'm a little concerned about is we can't just assume what we're going to get at CIB.
And that's my greatest fear.
Yeah, and so
I agree. I share.
Even though we're going after all loan, we still can't necessarily just assume that we'll get it. And so I might be a little more, at this point. Well, it's just hard because technically, I think state law requires that if we're going to increase any particular budget, I mean, we can switch line items around and juggle stuff like that, but if we're going to actually take money out of the general fund and increase a particular department's budget, that requires a public hearing. So I'm a little concerned about picking this money. At some point, if it gets to it, we might have to have a public hearing. I guess we could draw it out of that account now, 56, and then if it looks like we need to put more money back in there, we could have a public hearing and do that before the bill comes up for that environmental work. But
Mary, did you have a comment?
I have more of a question. For my understanding, so is Fund 56 just the number that's on that line item, or what is Fund 56?
Oh, sorry, that's the capital fund for capital projects fund for the airport.
So it's the number of it's the line item number, the number that's
correct.
Okay,
Yes.
that's
I think it actually is some line number of 56.
It's Fund 56.
Yeah.
Which is
so that it's the fund that is used for the airport.
When looking at the budgetary response, it is 56 dash whatever sub-project. So I believe it is.
So I thought that's what it was.
Technically just defined by the line.
So it's separated out from their operational and M&O budget. It's for the capital expenses. And so, working there, I'm just trying to figure out what's the easiest way to do it if we had to shift money around. The other option is to pull it from the stormwater line item, and then if Bill needs it put back in when he goes to the CIB for the Jackson Street project, then we can make another budget amendment there. I wish.
In full disclosure, please realize that this is to determine our needs. This does not build any infrastructure.
So this is just a plan, right?
This is just to develop. It's basically a full survey and analysis of the soils, the buildings, the slopes. This is the plan. This is not developing the infrastructure.
Well, if we know though where the infrastructure will be, then that will help people that are building to tie in to something that will eventually be there.
I believe that's the route to take, is that.
Yeah.
Well, some of the contractors said right now that they would actually, they've got machines out there that they would actually help do something.
Yeah, I think mostly what we need to know is where the stormwater system is going. And if we know and we have a layout, then we can start, having all of those new hangars and buildings routing their stormwater in the right direction.
I agree, and one thing also to keep in mind that versus just going out, us renting a backhoe for a day and starting digging trenches, we do have washes going, ephemeral washes up the hill from here fall under waters of the U.S. So that's where we need the engineers to come in and make sure it's done right.
Yeah, for now. They might change that soon. Did you talk with Diana about how much money is in the TRCC fund balance?
No, not a specific related to this. All those discussions have been based around either the terminal or the runway.
Yeah, I wish I knew if there was enough in the fund balance, because that would be a really easy place to take it. As far as I know, that fund balance isn't dedicated to anything if it is there, but I don't know if we've pulled all the money out of it or not.
Like I said, for the those numbers will be specific on May 2nd for Municipal Building Authority public hearing for the runway match funds.
But we transferred that out, didn't we? Though we didn't just leave it sitting in the fund balance of TRCC, did we?
No, it was that for the existing match funds, I believe they were transferred out.
Yeah.
Then I believe fund balance is for the repayment on the terminal CIB loan, and then that would be the location. But that's the point of the public hearing, is the specifics for if we were to get an additional CIB loan for the $600,000 of the runway match funds coming out of TRCC, those would be whether that's the general or it gets transferred out. I don't know how that works. Sorry.
All right. Well, are you comfortable then just going with Fund 56 for now then? And if we have to put more money in it, we can do it. It might require a public hearing. I don't know. I'd have to talk with Diana. She would know the details on that. But from what I know right now, I feel like no matter where we take the money, it could end up leading to a budget amendment.
All right.
Will you make a motion?
I move to approve $20,000 from Fund 56 for hangar development area drainage study to be performed by Armstrong Consultants at Canyonlands Field Airport, and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Where did you say?
Fund
From
56.
56.
Rory? Oh, right. Chris made the motion, Rory seconded the motion to approve $20,000 from Fund 56 for hangar development area drainage study to be performed by Armstrong Consultants at Canyonland Field Airport.
A point of note, this is for the entire airport area, not just the hangar development area. If that makes a difference.
We want the whole thing done.
Right.
Okay.
That title came from Armstrong's paperwork, though.
Okay, yes, yeah.
That's how they worded it, so.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're realizing that it is not just where the building is, it's the ramps surrounding it. That's what the hangar area is discussing.
Yeah, but did they realize that?
Yes.
Good. Okay, any more discussion? All in favor? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are you gone from us now?
I'm finally done.
Thank you. Okay. Agenda item P is adopting the proposed resolution approving the Moab Area Affordable Housing Plan as an element of the Grand County General Plan, as amended to date. Postponed from April 4th. Why did we postpone it?
Because we didn't have the ordinance.
The
Oh,
ordinance
right,
was
okay.
not, yeah.
Chris?
I just have a question. Is it supposed to be a resolution or an ordinance?
No.
Because it's been drafted as a
in there?
resolution. Here's Zachariah.
Sorry about that. I was deep in some GIS work and Judd was up here for so long.
So I was just wondering, Zachariah, is it okay to pass an amendment to the general plan using a resolution?
You know, my understanding is that because you're not actually enacting law, it doesn't need to be an ordinance, and the previous housing plan was adopted via resolution, as was the general plan, so.
So the general plan was adopted by resolution. Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know exactly if it was if general plans were considered legislative or not.
So I know in the last council meeting I did indicate that it would need to be done by ordinance, but just in tracking the way it's been approved previously, it's all been done by resolution.
Okay.
So.
Chris?
I move to adopt the proposed resolution approving the Moab Area Affordable Housing Plan as an element of the Grand County General Plan and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Chris has made the motion. Evan?
Second.
Is seconding the motion. Any more discussion? All in favor? Motion carries 6-0. And item Q is adopting proposed resolution approving the Redstone subdivision final plat located on Chapman Lane. Zachariah?
Sure. This, I think, is a fairly straightforward subdivision. You've got in front of you our staff report that indicates is all ready to go. It has passed all of our evaluation in terms of compliance with the land use code. It has received approvals from all of the reviewing departments and agencies. The subdivision improvement agreement is included, and they're ready to go.
Lori?
I'll make a motion. Move to adopt the proposed resolution to approve the final plat for Redstone subdivision and recommend that chair sign the final plat and all associated documents.
Okay, Rory has made the motion. Do we have a second? Mary is giving a second. Any more discussion or questions for Zachariah? Okay, all in favor? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Okay, that moves us to our consent agenda. Chris?
I make a motion to remove item S from the consent agenda and to approve item R.
Very good. Do we have a second? Mary? Mary seconds the motion to remove item S and approve item R from the consent agenda. All those in favor? Motion carries. All those opposed? Motion carries 5-1 with Councilman Paxman opposed. Okay. And that takes us to agenda item S, which was pulled off of the consent agenda. Ratifying Vice Chair's signature on Victim of Crime Act Assistance Program grant application for the Sheriff's Office. Chris?
I move to ratify the Vice Chair's signature on a Victim of Crime Act Assistance Program grant application for the Sheriff's Office and authorize the Chair to sign all associated documents.
Thank you. Chris has made the motion. Mary? Seconds the motion. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? All recusing themselves? Okay, so motion carries 5. Does that count as a 0? Okay.
To 1, 5-0 to 1.
5-0 to 1 with Councilwoman Hoff recusing herself. Okay. And now, that brings us to Bryony to discuss calendar items and public notices.
All right, for your April calendars. April 20th at 1 o'clock is the performance review committee meeting, and Evan, are you still able to attend? Okay. And all next week, 24th through the 28th is the clerk audit, and that's here in the chambers. April 27th at 9 a.m. is Canyon Country Partnership, and that's in Castledale. And that's it for April. For your May calendars, May 3rd through the 5th is the Energy Summit, and that's in Salt Lake. May 18th is the Performance Review Committee meeting at 1:30 in Jalen. And May 29th is Memorial Day, and county offices will be closed. Employment opportunities, code enforcement officer has been closed as of last Friday. EMT basic and EMS paramedic, those both close April 28th. Family support center, on-call staff, that closes April 28th. Grant County Sheriff's Office Corrections Officer, Patrol Deputy, and Communications Dispatch, those all close April 28th. And Noxious Weed Control Technician closes April 28th. And the following have vacancies for border districts: Historical Preservation Commission, Boundary Commission, Housing Authority, and Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District. Special events for April, April 22nd, Adventure Extreme Adventure Race. Also April 22nd, Fallen Peace Officer Trail Ride. And April 29th, Amasa Trail Run. For May, May 6th is Scott Enduro Cup Series. May 13th, Rabbit Valley Half Marathon. May 13th, Desert Rats Classic 100K and 50K mountain bike race. And also May 13th, Back of Beyond paddleboard race. And May 15th through the 20th is Rally on the Rocks. And there will be a public hearing on Tuesday, May 2nd on a proposed amendment to Ordinance 163, a regulation prohibiting the dumping of garbage and accumulation of waste material and weeds or any other material upon any public property or upon any private property, and making it a misdemeanor to violate the provisions of this regulation. That's all I got.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item U, discussion on transient room tax. Councilmember Baird.
All right, so I just, in relation to the travel capsules, concerns about it not being well understood, and also that we have some newer council members, I just thought it'd be a good idea to go over the law and the budget with regard to the transient room tax and the TRCC. I guess I'll start off with the transient room tax, which is the code that's titled 1731-2. This is the bit of code that kind of outlines how the money can be spent. And so there's kind of two components to how the TRT can be spent. The first component is this, and I'll read it. It's for establishing and promoting recreation, tourism, film production, and conventions. Or B, acquiring, leasing, constructing, furnishing, maintaining, or operating convention meeting rooms, exhibit halls, visitor information centers, museums, sports and recreation facilities, including practice fields, stadiums, arenas, and related facilities, C, acquiring land, leasing land, or making payments for construction or infrastructure improvements required for or related to the purposes above. D is required to, and then D is required to mitigate the impacts of recreation, tourism, or conventions in counties of the 4th, 5th, and 6th class, paying for solid waste, emergency medical services, search and rescue, law enforcement. So the second part of this is where the split kind of comes in. As it reads, number 2, except as provided in Section 4, a county may not expend more than 1/3 of the revenues generated by the transient room tax for any combination of the following. And then it kind of reiterates some of the things that were enabled above. Acquiring, leasing, or constructing, furnishing, maintaining, or operating convention, meeting rooms, exhibit halls, visitor information centers, museums, sports and recreation facilities, including practice fields, stadiums, arenas, and related facilities. It kind of just goes over what I just read, except for the top part, in number 1A, establishing and promoting recreation, tourism, film production, and conventions. So that very top one, A, the first 3% of the tax that we collect, 2/3 of it has to go to that line right there, A, establishing and promoting recreation, tourism, film production, and conventions. And no more than 1/3 of that first 3% can be spent on items B through D. So that's kind of where that split comes in from that point. If you raise the tax above 3%, as we have, and we've raised it up to the maximum, which is 4 1/4, then anything above 3% can be spent on any of those things, A through D. And so it doesn't have the same 2/3 requirement. And if you do the math, it comes out to close to 50-50. It's not exactly 50-50, but the split is basically, 2/3 of the first 3% has to go to that first line, A, and all the rest of it can also go to line A, or all the things below in B, C, or D. So you can see it's a kind of a little complicated, but that's the way that the law is written. And we've had some discussion in the past. Maybe this is, I guess, a good time to bring Andrew into the conversation about whether or not the things that they list after the colon, or semicolon in some cases, is an exhaustive list, or is it sort of more like examples, I guess. And I guess the question I have for you, Andrew, is you indicated that at least, as far as the promotion of tourism is concerned, that if we can rationalize that what we're spending the money on is for the promotion of tourism, that the list isn't necessarily exhaustive. But I'm wondering if it would be your interpretation that would also apply to the other lines, like for instance, as required to mitigate the impacts of recreation, tourism, or conventions.
Well, so at one point we did some research on this, do you recall that?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of talking about. I read it. I tried to call you, but I didn't get to it.
It's not fresh in my mind, but I remember some of the analysis that don't get too fancy.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be the only one in the state that's, picking these particular things. And I think we looked at it from the perspective at one point, well, we're a tourist town and we're a little different than some of the other communities. But that's all I remember at this point from looking at it. But
Well, yeah, I guess I'll put in another just request for clarification.
I'd be glad to do that.
But the gist of it, is that, and just because we discussed this a little bit, last year we did use the TRT money to fund our affordable housing line item, which I think is about 40,000, right? Zachariah?
25,000 from 2016.
But I think we also funded the prior year's 15.
I can't remember about the prior year, but I know that
It was from
2016.
TRT, yeah. And
Yeah, that's right, that was the first kind of test, that's what we did.
so the total amount that's in there, I don't know that it's really been tested yet. I guess we'll find out. Well, the auditors didn't get us for that first 15,000.
They're here next week.
Well, I'm sure she's she's already probably gonna. But I think Zachariah, you had contacted a couple of years ago, maybe the state auditor, and he wasn't it his recommendation just to ask your attorney, more or less.
So we started looking at this more than 2 years ago, I think. About 2 years ago, and I called the Utah State Tax Commission, and they said, we don't want to have this conversation, we don't deal with tax distribution, we only deal with tax collection. So I called the state auditor, he said, well, I agree it's poor grammar to use a semicolon in that position, or in that place, and I'm not gonna tell you one way or the other, just, what is your county attorney willing to defend? And that's when we reached out to the county attorney's office to get Andrew's opinion on what could be justified as an impact, mitigating an impact of one of those things to film or convention centers. So, I've been, a lot of people have been thinking about this and talking about this issue for a long time, in this particular funding stream, and the implications of sticking with that 2.25% and 2% split, and irrespective of what Andrew and you all decide in terms of working within the existing law, it does seem like this is something that the county and the city and other jurisdictions should be conversing about with the state legislature. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of funny because the municipal version just says it can go straight into the general fund. It doesn't have any restrictions, and so.
So one of the versions has restrictions, and the other ones, did I
Ours,
understand
there's
that
two
right?
different kinds. There's the municipal version that the city
What the city
can do and does, and then there's the county version.
Right, but they don't collect as much as the county.
Now, they only allow 1% in the municipal version.
Oh, okay.
And the county version allows up to 4.25. But the city's version doesn't have restrictions. You can just use it all for whatever you want. As part of the general fund. Whereas ours has this long, it's a list of things, but in a way, it's not very comprehensive. There's plenty of other impacts that come from tourism, obviously. Like, for instance, it allows us to use, like if we were in a position where we were the ones trying to do the wastewater treatment plant, which is obviously greatly impacted by tourism, that's not listed in here, even though solid waste disposal is. And so you think, well, why would they ever do the law like that? It doesn't make sense. And so it does make you scratch your head and wonder whether or not they really intended it to be an exhaustive list, or whether it'd be okay to, as long as you can rationalize that it pertains to either the mitigation or the promotion of tourism, that it would be okay. I mean, and I guess that's the question ultimately that, I'd ask for clarity.
Well, like we had today we had the solid waste presentation, right? And one of the graphs was presented was, look how much, this is tourism based, right? We could directly see its impact based on the graphs with more garbage and other materials coming in. So it's a good example of that justification there, right? So sometimes when you're, it's a fair argument to say that that's not an exclusive list, right? So sometimes when you're a little nervous about, going out in an area where it doesn't specifically say, it's good to have a legal memo justifying, documenting, something where you have they're not so a survey, but, staff needs to back it up, put it into a legal memo, attach it justifying their position. So if anyone ever did ask, say, hey, this, why did you do this, or what justification, there's a legal memo behind it supporting it. Not necessarily an advocacy piece, but justification piece, yeah. So that would be the proper strategy if the council say, hey, we wanna put these funds here to have something like that drafted up.
Okay. So,
You just wanna get your hands on that money, don't you?
well, I'm not, for one,
Nobody gives solid waste $400,000 and it employs people.
Oh, yeah.
I mean.
I'm not talking about travel council's cut. Don't worry. Not yet.
I'm gonna have to call the governor.
So, I mean, no matter how you read it, no matter how you read this, the 2/3 of that first 3% has to go to promoting recreation, tourism, film, and conventions.
But we do more than that. Look at the list that you have in front of you on that ad that we're putting, or
Yeah.
press release we're putting on. It's not, people think we only run ads. We don't run ads. We're educating. We're doing a lot more than just running advertising.
Yeah. So, but what I'm talking about really is more that other side of the money. And the big question that we've had, I guess, for the last couple of years is, being able to rationalize putting that money into an affordable housing line item, which I think could very easily be justified, because there's we could take elements straight out of the plan we just adopted from the affordable housing plan and draft that into a memo, probably.
Because I just wanted to point out that if the city and the county do move forward in funding an economic nexus study, that would be arguably the best support you could get for drawing that connection between certain types of commercial developments and increasing need for affordable housing.
I just need clarification, because I got, so we're not talking about the 45% that is going to ads, no matter what. I mean, correct? We're talking about, can the 55% of the money from the TRT that goes to the county, can we use that to, on affordable housing, justifying that it is, that our housing problems are directly related to the fact that we are a tourist town and...
That's one of the questions, yeah.
So,
I don't know
correct?
that I hesitate to use those percentage numbers. I always kind of fall back on what the law says, but
well, I'm just saying it's the portion that we
and like Elaine says, it's not just advertising. There's plenty of other things that they do also that falls within that scope. And it's a fairly a lot of these are fairly ambiguous, and so they do require some interpretation. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to really do anything with a lot of it. But so that's I'm just trying to make it clear, especially to newer council members, how the split works. And then I think that understanding the way the law is written will help with making sense out of the budgets that come out of the TRT and the TRCC. So that's the TRT. TRCC is similar. It's a tax that's established for car rentals, from car rentals and restaurant sales, and it can be used. If we go, so this is 5912-603. It's a bit longer code, but can be used for financing of tourism promotion. 2, the development, operation, and maintenance of an airport, a convention facility, cultural facility, recreation facility, or a tourist facility. And so it's somewhat similar to the TRT in terms of the fact that you can't just stick it right in the general fund. It has to be used for the specific purposes that are laid out in law. And so, I get a lot of questions from citizens about why we don't use the TRT for lots of different other things that, that are needs in the community. And so I think it's worth understanding that the law restricts the way that we can spend that money. It can't just be spent on anything. And, we, as we've just discussed, we're trying to get a little bit better handle on what that means exactly, because obviously some of the things that are impacts from tourism or associated with promotion are not explicitly spelled out in the law.
It would be interesting to, at the very least, look at the legislative intent, see if they mention housing and that kind of stuff. That would be very supportive of that position. There might be a whole lot of other things that discussed that never made it into the write-up, but were part of the intent.
Yeah, I guess one of the questions I'd have, would be, I don't know if it says what the date is on this. So this was amended last in 2006, the TRT code. But the question, becomes for a place like this, where you're in a considerably different circumstance when you're first starting out in tourism versus 30 years into it, and your needs are going to be different, and the way that you're going to want to spend that money is going to be different. And when you first start out, you probably aren't going to have any impacts from tourism because you're just starting out, right? 30 years later, you're going to have a lot of impacts, and a difficult time keeping up with the growth. And so, the question, for the legislative body that enacted this, have they taken a look at a mature tourism economy, with their intention yet? And maybe that's something that will have to be talked about, during the legislative sessions. But there's a lot of folks that get pretty anxious whenever you talk about starting to change the laws with TRT. Anyway, so just quickly to move on to the budget. I'll start off, I guess, with the travel council budget. What we're predicting for this year, total budget is almost $2.5 million, so $2,480,000, and that's a prediction. We predict a certain amount of growth. I think what did we predict, like 10 or 11% or something like that, which is based on history. Which is, what's that?
Are we seeing that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we will have that with the new hotels that will be coming online later this year, and then we'll probably have about by next year this time, probably 500 rooms additional we have right now.
Yeah, and we almost always see, more than 10%. So we usually budget a little bit under what the historical growth is, just to be on the safe side.
I think it'd be 12%, but we try to budget around 10. So, okay.
So let's see here. So we've got, if you kind of move down to some of the expenditures, community enhancement, we've got event funding, and this year, for the first time, we put in our contribution to the Film Commission. But as you recall, that the rationale for that was that if you look at the law, that line A in the law, spells out that it can that 2/3 of the first 3% can go toward film production.
What events fell under the event fund?
Evan's question was which events fell under the line item for event funding under the community enhancement section.
If you look at the form or the ad that we put together, we gave they're pretty much annual events that we've done. The Bachata Festival was a pretty big fun, but they haven't come back. I don't think they're gonna hold it here, but we
They're
had,
not?
again, with the reason for injunction.
The salsa?
Yeah, because they couldn't find a venue that would work out here. So, that's pretty much, what you see on that list there is pretty much, not everything, but most of what we covered. Because we're trying to actually work on shoulder season events too. We've got funding this year
Right.
allocated so that we can have events for, December, and we're trying to push January and the first couple weeks of February, which actually this year, we did see a pretty nice increase, for January and February. So, and of course the weather was good too. But shoulder season, we don't run any ads on TV or radio or print in, from April through September. We don't run anything. We're not running any ads to tell people, because the occupancy rate for, June, May, June, July, I mean, they're up, and I have the occupancy for, about 15 of the franchise, the hotels that are like, Best Western or Marriott. I've got that information, and they're up, 90 in the 90s percentile for occupancy. So you can't, until we get more hotel rooms, you just can't bring more people here, so there's no point in advertising. So we don't run.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the point that we were talking about, was that there's no place to put people, so there's no real point to advertise.
It's pointless to run TV facing down here when there's nowhere to put you. Even the campgrounds are filling up. What we did ask, and what I did talk to, and we mentioned when Adam Trust was here, was about, is there a way to get the BLM to pay into the TRT tax?
Yeah.
Because they use our infrastructure. They use a lot of resources that we have. So how do we go back and get they're collecting fees, so how do we get their TRT portion? And it could amount to, a significant amount of money for the county. So it's like, how do we address, or how do we get the legislature to address that part of what we need to come back? Because we're servicing those areas. So.
I think Zachariah had something.
Oh, sorry, I was waiting for you to continue. Go, Zachariah.
I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, but I just want to point out that I think there's no prohibition in the law that against saving some of that revenue, even if in the restricted part for lean times or.
Yeah, and I'll get to that. We do, but it's in a more roundabout way than what you're saying. And I'll get to that when we move to the other part, the non-travel council part of it. But anyway, just to continue on, just to kind of cover real quickly the travel council's expenditures. Under administration we have, typical stuff, salary and whatnot. The Throttle Down campaign is paid for by the travel council. Got some billboard expenses. Most of the rest of it looks like, typical administration. The big bill is obviously though a national promotion, and so you can see that, almost 2.3 million out of, 2.5 million goes into national promotion. And so that's, obviously where the majority of the expenses are going to be found, which makes sense, Anybody have any questions on the travel council's budget? So, I kind of consider this budget, to be relatable to that first line in the TRT law, line A, establishing and promoting recreation, tourism, film production, and conventions, and everything that goes with it. You know, the administration, the salaries, the office, you know, all the stuff.
If I might add, that the travel council, long prior to my being here, has done a very good job of tourism. But the staff that I have in the office really, you know, getting just the regular accounting increases. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes on in that office. And, you know, I think they are underpaid for what they're worth.
We're just about to, I think, put out if we haven't already, RFP for a salary survey county-wide, so.
Yeah, which I,
you know,
they're
maybe.
they're
Ruth's shaking her head.
It hadn't gone out yet.
Well, hopefully it goes out soon, because we need it by
It's
September.
not in my department, I have no control.
Yeah.
But we bring it up, we talk about it at the leadership meetings.
Diana mentioned
Coming.
when.
Yeah, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn or detracting the conversation too much, especially with Chris. But I would just also like to acknowledge that Elaine has been really, really open to connecting the dots between tourism promotion, tourism development, and impact. You know, obviously she's got to represent her travel council and, you know, hold her position at various points, but I haven't found her to be a hardliner in terms of trying to totally ignore, you know, the comprehensive or the complex relationships that exist, and even more than that, you know, trying to explore ways to connect tourism promotion to other forms of economic development. I think both of us agree that, you know, tourism can be your front door to other forms of economic development, and, you know, we haven't really gotten this far in the conversation, but I think, you know, just to put it out there, if there is a way to think about that, you know, the activities that could be construed as falling under A in the state code that might support, you know, broader forms of economic development are worth exploring. So, you know, tourism promotion, you know, you're bringing in an outdoor products manufacturer that also, you know, has a draw in and of itself to, you know, people coming to an area. Is that something that fits into line A? So, you know, I just want to make that known that we have a lot of conversations about this issue.
We do, and I'm all for economic development. I mean, I think that's what my department really showcase what we have here. And I mean, I wanna see diversity. You know, I'm a citizen, might be, you know, part of the travel council, but I live here too. So I want diversity in our area. I want families to have their kids grow here, go to school here, go to college, come back and work here, but not as housekeeping. You know, not that there's any wrong with that, don't get me wrong, I'm not going, I want them to have, you know, why can't we be a little Silicon Valley here in our area? I think we have so much potential, and I think with the airport coming, that's gonna open up a lot for us as far as economic development. I think there's a lot on the horizon as we move forward, so I'm trying to push economic development everywhere, whether it's internationally, working with, you know, companies to let them know that we've got a great opportunity where you can work and go outdoors and you can have quality of life here. So, and, you know, I love working, our departments work well together, you know, we try to team up when we can. And I'll work with any of my counterparts, you know, to make things better for our community, so.
Thanks, yeah. Ready to move on to the restaurant tax, we'll just go gliding down that real fast. We're expecting close to $700,000 this year, $693,000. So this is what is referred to as the TRCC, but it also includes airport in there. This budget covers Star Hall's operations, and then a whole host of other line items. A lot of our capital revenue for the airport comes out of this. So you can see that we put in $100,000 for this year to go to the airport's capital projects fund. We just recently took on the debt load for the Grand Center because the Recreation Special Service District, their mineral lease revenue is down so much that we had to figure out a way to keep them solvent. And one of those ways was to take on the debt for the Grand Center, which is $85,000, but it falls perfectly within the definition of the law. The old Spanish Trail Arena gets quite a bit of funding from TRCC to make all of their ends meet out there, and again that's falls right in with the definitions that are allowed for this particular tax. Law enforcement. I guess that's a fairly new one. Do you know what CO means, Ruth?
I wonder if it's short for contribution.
I guess, yeah. Anyway, there's law enforcement contribution there, I guess. More debt service to the airport. We pay for our fair of the fireworks. We've started a contribution to the Historic Preservation Commission. I guess we sent some money to the Thompson Fire District, which is a strange.
We have it as far as I know for the last
Yeah.
year.
Well, I guess as long as the auditor doesn't say anything about it. Our contribution to Trail Mix also comes out of this fund. So trail development, $10,000, and that's been the case for pretty much all of Trail Mix's history. And they, of course, they take that $10,000 and multiply it many times over with matching funds and matching grants. And then improvements also to the information center. So that's where that the TRCC car rental and restaurant tax is spent.
Speaking of the Moab Information Center, out of the travel council budget, we spend about $23,500 for staffing and utilities that go to offset some of the costs at the Moab Information Center. But we also pay to keep the only public bathroom open in town. So the city doesn't. We have no other public restrooms for people to use, and businesses won't let tourists use them. So that's the only location for public restrooms for tourists in the city, which keeps people in town if they can rent the bathroom and still stay in town.
Yeah. All right, the last one to go over. I'll try to go over this real fast. I know it's kind of like makes your eyes go crossed looking at all this stuff. What we call the TRT 30% brick and mortar, that's kind of an antiquated term because it's no longer just 30% anymore because we raised the tax from 3% to 4.25%. So it's kind of an antiquated title. It's more closer to 50% now. But we expect, to bring in close to $2.6 million. And this is the one that really helps to offset the impacts that we experience from tourism. And, for as long as I guess I've been on the council, I've always been of the opinion that, the places where we want to put this money is, for one, obviously where it's allowed to go by law, but also to put it into departments that are dependent on general fund money as well. And what that does is it continually offsets our need to raise taxes, which is your property taxes, which is why Grand County hasn't raised its portion of the property tax since 2006. And so consequently, Grand County has one of the lowest property tax rates, certified property tax rates in all of Utah, if not the lowest. And it has, and this is a big reason why right here, is this portion of the tax, that $2.6 million, is going into funding the airport, search and rescue, the museum, major contribution to law enforcement. As we discussed earlier, $400,000 went to the solid waste district. And again, you see that we put in some money for the affordable housing. And so the reality is these are all necessary things. We can't just say we're not going to do them. For the most part, they're essential expenses. If we didn't have the TRT, the only other way to really come up with this $2.6 million would be to raise property taxes to pull that in, which would almost, double our property tax rate. So, that's a pretty significant thing right there. I think when we're talking about affordable housing, property taxes play into that. Even if you don't own a home, it's more than likely that whoever you're renting from is passing that cost on to you as the renter. And so, it's pretty important to keep the property taxes, as low as possible, and we've done a good job of that. And I think that, it's all is thanks to this TRT tax, funding a pretty sizable portion of our essential services that we're required to provide. And so I guess, like I say, when Zachariah says you don't have to spend it all, you can put it away. I haven't really ever been so fond of leaving that money in the TRT fund balance, because as long as it's in there, it's restricted. But if you use it to offset general fund expenditures in law enforcement or wherever else, that money still ends up somewhere. It just ends up in the general fund instead of the TRT fund balance where it's unrestricted. And that's how we've also been able to build up our general fund reserve to the point where we have. When I first got on the council, I guess in 2009, we had less than $1 million in there, and it was really tight. And it wasn't until we raised this TRT tax up to 4.25% that we started to recover and build up a healthy fund balance and really be able to have some leeway in how we did things in the county.
Just to be clear, Chris, I wasn't suggesting trying to save any of that pot of money.
Oh, okay.
That pot of money, every penny probably needs to go somewhere.
Well, yeah, like I say, I mean, it ends up, taking the pressure off the general fund, which is how the general fund has been able to get to the point where we're at now. And I think Jalen, you had a question on the flyer about the rationale for saying that the university.
I think I figured it out, but run it by me again.
But I mean, it's basically the same thing. The money for the university, general fund money that we presented for that project wouldn't have been possible without the TRT offsetting those general fund expenditures across the county. And so we wouldn't have any capacity to come up with that kind of money without the TRT tax, unless we decided we were going to raise property taxes a lot. And so it's been good for us, and we've staved off raising property taxes for more than 10 years.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Helpful.
Any questions about it? I know
It's confusing. Well, I love the repetition. I didn't sure I'll have it down.
When you were talking about like what would the attorney be willing to defend, is there other things that are like besides the affordable housing that might be kind of towing the line?
We haven't discussed any. There's lots of things. I mean, before the optional transportation tax passed, we were having trouble keeping up with our road infrastructure, which is obviously heavily impacted by tourism.
Yeah.
But now that optional tax passed, and the revenue stream for the gas tax also has been quite a boon to us, it's not really something that I'm worried about anymore. I this point, but it is, you know, an infrastructure piece that's very, very expensive and heavily impacted by tourism. But, you know, now, with the optional sales tax passing, you know, they help pay for it by buying stuff.
Yeah.
So, you know, Chris, you mentioned, you know, the unfortunate situation where the county would be on the hook for building a new sewage treatment facility. But essentially, county, you know, members of GWSSA are paying a portion of that through their rates, you know, and the cost of sewage infrastructure, water infrastructure, which is obviously also part of the cost of new housing construction, right? And you can start to draw these links between, you know, different expenditures and the impact of just, you know, our economy, the form of economy that we have.
Yeah. Well, in general, you know, it's, even with the taxes we collect, you know, we're lucky to break even when it comes to keeping up with infrastructure demands. And so, you know, new growth at best is going to be kind of a wash, but usually it's not even that. Usually we're still scrambling, you know, to get grants and come up with all kinds of different additional revenue streams just to make ends meet. And so, you know, I think that it's a bit of a misnomer sometimes that if you increase your tax base that you're going to come out ahead, because you might that increase in the tax base comes with a reciprocal cost associated with the infrastructure and the impact, and so at best, you know, you break even, and that's how it's supposed to work. That's the way that the law is, you know, the exactions test is assessed, you know, is that you don't collect taxes or fees for more than what you're expecting to pay, and that's how it's supposed to work. But, you know, it's oftentimes the case that we end up actually collecting less.
Which reminds me of
Sandy City, Lowell, used to be just a big suburb, right? And typically they would lose money. For every house they build, it costs them more than that tax base creates. And so until they started getting the commercial business, the commercial taxes, they weren't really doing very well. And that's all changed now, but Chris's point, get upside down really fast.
Greg?
Yeah, if you go and talk to Jeff Whitney in there, he'll tell you the same thing. New development is a liability, it's not an asset.
Well, it's an asset, you know, for the community, hopefully.
Yeah.
But, you know, from the perspective of government, it you know, it's more work.
Yeah.
Which is fine, that's why we're here.
Yep.
Okay. Any more questions before we move to our public hearings? Thank you, Chris. Thanks, everybody, for your contribution. First public hearing is on the proposed ordinance for land use code amendment to allow single-family dwellings in the highway commercial zone district.
And the crowd goes wild.
Elaine looks pretty excited.
Andrew Lee.
I don't want you to think I'm rude, but I gotta leave at 7:30, so I want you to think that I'm leaving because of you.
Pretty quickly. These are both very straightforward land use code amendments. You have in your packet, so the first one is amending the use table to allow single-family dwellings in the highway commercial zone district. Right now, the use table does not allow those, and there are two reasons why this amendment is being forwarded to you by the Planning Commission. The first is because there didn't seem to be a justifiable reason to continue excluding single-family dwellings from the highway commercial zone district. It's likely that the land economics are going to work out that we'll very rarely, if ever, see an application for a single-family home on expensive commercial property in that highway corridor. But the second reason is because the Housing Authority owns property that's in the highway commercial zone district, and they would like to be able to utilize the density that's associated with the highway commercial zone district but develop some single-family housing within a mixed housing type community. So they'll do some single-family housing and some attached multifamily housing. And no, we don't typically amend the land use code to accommodate one specific development, but given the first reason that there wasn't the justification for continuing to exclude them, we felt like in this case we could look at it more broadly than just that one development. So those are the two primary reasons. We haven't received any opposition in terms of public comment, and it's being brought to you because the planning commission did forward a favorable recommendation.
Any members of the public that wish to speak about this?
Public,
Council, any comments?
we need our cardboard people.
Okay. Well, if there are no comments, I would like to close this verbal portion of the public hearing and leave it open for written comments until, is it April 26th?
Correct.
April 26th, you can get your comments into the council by
5 p.m. Now it would be at council@grandcountyutah.net, or drop it off at the office here next to the council chambers.
Thank you. You're gonna make it for the next public hearing. Next public hearing is to hear public comment on proposed ordinance to adopt a land use code amendment to define a buffer zone in a non-residential zone district adjacent to protected zones, small lot residential, large lot residential, rural residential. Is that correct?
Okay, so this is basically our attempt to correct an oversight by previous legislative decisions. So last year, the council approved an amendment to the buffer requirements in, the omission was that the approval was only for buffers in residential zone districts, and following one land use application that came in this year in the commercial zone district next to some residential properties, it came to my attention that we needed to also get those buffer regulations in our non-residential zones to protect the adjacent residential zones. So I think that we are fortunate to squeak by with just one property that's going to be developed in a non-residential zone without these requirements in place, and we have been able to work with the developer to ensure that they actually did develop the standards as if they were already on the books. So I think that we're, in the clear, but I'm glad that we caught it when we did, because otherwise we'd be putting a lot of, we'd potentially be putting a lot of density, commercial density right next to the residential zones.
Okay. Members
And there you go.
Members of the public. Nobody wishes, do you have a comment? Okay, you look like you might want to say something. Council? All right, I've never seen public hearings go so quickly. With that, we will close this portion of the public hearing for verbal comments and leave it open for written comments, which need to be received by 5 p.m. on April 26th. Either bring your letter into the office, council office, or
council@grandcountyutah.net.
All right. Good.
And just an apology ahead of time, we're going to have quite a few public hearing items at the next meeting.
Okay. General council reports and future considerations. Greg, can we start with you?
Okay. I got a couple. Let me get it out here. I was out of town for the Thompson, both of those meetings I was out of town. They moved them both to Thursdays, and I was out of town and missed both those. However, I did attend a meeting on the why they want to shut down Vernal and Moab and move those functions to Richfield, and from what I can gather, a reason to spend $2.5 million to build Richfield a new building. So there was we had a lot of people there from all of southeastern Utah, to include parts of adjacent states, and everybody was in opposition to this idea. The state thinks it's going to save them money. I don't know how they come up with that, but that's what they think they're going to do. So this is something that's still in the process. We are trying to stop it if we can. So we're talking about a number of jobs that would be lost, plus those functions would move to Richfield. And I think 200 miles is a little bit too far to handle that. In discussions with the other people who were there, we felt like, why do we have Richfield? That seems to be the one that needs to be scrapped, and leave Vernal and Moab and Cedar City and Sandy, because that seems to cover the state better than trying to take all of eastern Utah and move it into central Utah. So that's where we are at this point. So, and that's what I got.
Mary, we met with the cemetery board, met with the mayor of Castle Valley and Dave Early and Tori Stocks, a member of the council, and we're moving ahead with putting a water tank on the cemetery property in Castle Valley, and pretty excited about it. It's a win-win for everyone. The town of Castle Valley will have a better place to load up their water to use for their road department, and to do that, it will enable a better access and water for the fire department when they need it, and they have first, and it will enable, I don't know if you've seen the cemetery in Castle Valley, but it's pretty sparse and not very welcoming, I think, putting it mildly. And this will enable us to, because we haven't been able to plant trees and such of that nature because we didn't have a water source. So we're quite excited about it, and it's also going to give Castle Valley, the town of Castle Valley, a beginning of an infrastructure which will enable them to go for more grants and things of that nature. So that was a real good discussion. With the throttle down, you might be hearing ads. Dale Perriott, Kent Green originally was going to do some ads to talk about respect when driving through town and respect on the trail and things of that nature, but for some reason was never able to find the time to do so. And I contacted Dale Perriott because he's a back roads enthusiast and well known in the community. I wanted a voice that wasn't mine, somebody that the off-roaders would relate to and believe that, and so I'm quite excited that was done today, so listen for that. And Don Torgerson, the head of the UMTR project in Moab, and Peach, Mr. Peach, his first name just slipped me, are gone, retired. I mean, there has been a real shake-up. We've lost. We're down to safety crew predominantly. It's not looking good as far as our operation and what we're going. I was advised, or it was Jolene who talked to Hatch's offices there and was pretty much advised that at this point for us to go back to Washington, D.C. with our resolution might not be a good time to do that because of they're just putting out fires right now. And so for us to take our resolution and say we need to be funded, probably timing, so we're looking more at going back hopefully by the fall. So, yeah, I don't know what's going, you know. I'm concerned for our tailings project right now because of what's happening in Washington DC. It's really directly hurting us. And so our meeting is normally on a Tuesday, but I'm going to be out of town, and so it moved to the library at 3 o'clock on next Thursday. So if anybody's interested to see, we don't have a head of the, we don't have anybody running the ship. I feel like I'm the recreation department, the district for a while, you know. Seemed like we were putting out fires, so we're putting out fires. That's all.
Evan?
Library's doing good. They got a bunch of survey results back about what folks are looking for in a library, how they're using it, what they would hope to have more of. Pretty extensive survey that's going to kind of be form some guiding directions for them for a while. And their annual book sale is coming out, so they're weeding the collection, and they're looking for volunteers to help on prepare for the sale and help on the sale day. So I'm going to go.
When's the sale day?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'll pull it up here in a minute, but it's yeah, I'll pull it up. I'm going to go for a few hours and help them get ready, move heavy boxes of books. And that's about all I got.
I went to the Council on Aging. It's always a delight, and they would like to get to know the county council and the city council better. So they will probably be, I mean, of course, you're welcome to go have lunch with them anytime, but they talked about issuing invitations one at a time to come and have lunch with the seniors. So look forward to that. And then I mentioned last time Four Corners is building their campus somewhere else, and so what I forgot to just run past the council, and that probably would have been good to do it when Diana was here, is my understanding is the clubhouse, the building is owned by Four Corners, but the land under it is the county. And then they have the other building, and we're out of room, so I just wonder if we should be talking to them. What do you think?
About buying that building?
Well, yeah.
I didn't know that they owned the building, but
That's what I was told, but,
we should find
so
out.
does Interact.
The recorder's office has told me in the past that whoever owns the land owns the building regardless of who paid for it. But I don't know if the rec district would agree with that, with the ball fields and everything, but that's what the recorder's office tells you.
Well,
I don't know.
we know that that's not true with the airport, because we do ground leases, but they own the building.
That's true.
There's plenty of instances where that's not true.
Yeah.
But I don't know, I guess we'd have to go and do a title, get the title, and see what the title says.
Okay, well,
But
anyway.
I think though that if they're leaving, so they're gonna move Interact too onto their new
Yeah.
campus.
Yeah.
Well, if they're leaving,
on
then yeah,
Moab,
that's
isn't it?
obviously a place that we probably could use for sure.
Who do we let know about that, Diana? Who buys buildings? Oh, the municipal building authority?
No, we would buy the building, if that's indeed how it all shook out.
Okay.
But, yeah, Diana would be the one to talk to.
Alright. The last thing is I keep seeing emails me on this, the bioregional planning group that came to Moab. And they went through a series of workshops with people, and they want to present what they've learned. Department of Landscape Architecture and Environmental Planning. They wanna present what they've learned, and they keep wondering if I can help facilitate a workshop with the council. I said, it's not my decision, it's a group decision, so what they'd really like to do is come on our next council meeting, which is May 2nd. And I have told the person, I'll just say it, it's my husband. They want him to arrange it, he wants me to arrange it. I said I can't do that, but I'll bring it to you guys.
Is something with the big maps and the such that they presented last fall?
No, I don't think they've presented to the council.
No, they just had a.
Tell me about 15 minutes.
Well, that's what I said, it's 15 minutes in a council meeting, cause the last thing the council is gonna want is an hour-long presentation when we already have 4-hour meetings. So anyway, I'm just putting it out.
So what are they university related?
Yeah, and they brought in some specialists from Harvard that helped them out. And
Can they do it in 15 minutes?
No, I doubt it. I don't know. But, okay, so my question is, do you want a workshop?
Well,
Prior to council meeting, okay, that's what I'm talking
Not me.
They
did a lot
present
of
their results, what they learned about, see, that's the other issue. I'm not really clear on exactly what they're gonna present, because I've never gotten a clear answer.
I was there the first day,
Okay.
and they were having a bunch of technical difficulties, but it also seemed like, at least the first day, 'cause it was a multi-day thing, the first day kinda seemed more on like how they use the program. So it was kinda like, oh, just throw a building wherever, and throw a power line wherever, and include all this stuff. And so, I mean, part of me is kinda curious if they actually went into depth of like planning things that you could actually do. But on day one, it was just kinda like, you could grow a road wherever you wanted a road, and you could do, it was not a very realistic sort of model in my humble opinion.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is I will tell them they can either have 15 minutes or schedule something outside of the purview of the councils, 'cause they want the city council to come too, so.
Is it something for the planning commission, or?
I asked
Well, I
about,
would like to know more
I asked about the house
Give us a
task
15
force.
minutes,
Probably wouldn't fit there
15
either.
minutes to convince us we wanna know more.
Well, I think probably what their rush is they've worked on this with grad students. They had probably a dozen grad students come down, and my guess is they're graduating soon, and so they wanna do this May 1st or 2nd. That's my guess. I haven't been told that. So anyway, I'll deal with it. I think I'm hearing what you want me to do.
Well,
We can give them a pat on the back.
You can present quite a bit, 15 minutes if you
That's
think
true.
about it
Yeah.
and plan it out and are concise and,
Make sure your equipment works.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's all I have for now.
So I met with the BLM, and there's a big backlog of travel plan amendments that I'll be bringing to the council soon.
What thing?
Travel plan amendments, mostly just minor things, more minor than the ones we've dealt with for the most part. Some of them are just basically correcting errors in the GIS database. And then I'm probably going to establish a protocol, I guess it would be sort of an informal protocol between the county and the BLM about how to deal with travel plan amendments. You know, do we wanna deal with them as they come up, or do we wanna just deal with them once every quarter? Do we wanna give Bill Jackson any authority to make decisions on certain kinds of amendments? For a long time, the council just sort of entrusted Dave Bond, the road supervisor, to, you know, work with the BLM to make amendments, and I don't think very many, if any of those came before the council. I think I only remember maybe one, when they shut the road down that was right over the top of those dinosaur tracks out by Mill Canyon that they just recently found. Other than that, I think he just kind of did it, I guess, on the authority of the council, although I've never been able to find any kind of official delegation of authority.
I think it was one council member who thought they could tell the assistant road supervisor what they could and couldn't do. I think that's what it was.
So yeah, anyway, there's never been a real protocol, and since Dave left, you know, we've pretty much just been bringing them to the council as they come up. And there's quite a few roads up in the Book Cliffs that were built specifically for gas wells, and when it's time to close the gas well down, part of the agreement that the company had with the BLM was to reclaim the road too. And so those come in, you know, a few a year, and for the most part, unless it's a RS-2477 claim, I don't know that you know, I guess we could approve all of those reclamations, or, you know, I don't know if the council wants to trust Bill to make the decisions on some of them. Any feedback on that? Do you want to see all the travel plan amendments, or do you? How many are there? Well, we're right now there's a couple dozen.
Do they grade them at all? It's like,
yeah, we have to.
Significant difference or anything?
Well, if we took over, you know, in a lot of cases, the oil company will maintain the road. But if they, you know, shut down their well, and we want to take the road over, then we'll have to go out there and maintain it.
Yeah.
You know, and in a lot of cases, that, especially way out in the Book Cliffs, that's not going to be a win, because once the gas company's gone, you know, the road doesn't have a use anymore. In some cases, it could, though. There was one case, I think, a couple years ago, where it had begun to be used for hunting, and so we left that one open, and we filed for title on that.
I don't know enough about them all to say that I need to make the decision whatever you want, but.
Well, I mean, I don't think it would be a huge deal to bring them all to the council, but if we did, you know, that's going to be, could be, you know, up to 30 agenda items a year.
What kind of additional workload is this gonna put on the road department?
None. I mean, they deal with them anyway.
Yeah, Vaughn used to do it.
So I guess I'm still waiting on them to get their GIS system up and running. Do you know anything about what's going on with GIS?
Yeah, well, we actually were scheduled to have a policy committee meeting this morning, GIS, but it wasn't posted, so we just sort of did a brief update. We're going to meet Monday, actually, Monday morning, I think, yeah. And so I'll know more then. We'll have some show and tell about the layers and things, but we're still trying to just get things off the ground and get good data in. So we don't even have that yet. Up at AGRC at the state, even just the road data doesn't match our road data, and they get their data from us. So
no, they don't. They don't. I'm kind of suspicious that the roads department doesn't have the travel plan. Do you know if they have it?
So, they say the recorder's office has it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I have it too. Dave gave it to me. If you guys need it. And it is different than the states, because the states is the road inventory that Dave made, which was everything prior to the decisions made in the 2008 RMP, and so
Okay.
There was thousands of miles of those roads that were taken out.
Wow.
And that's why it's so different. There's literally, the state's database has all of those
Okay.
in it, but many thousands of miles of those are not legal routes, and a lot of them are just like seismic tracks and stuff. And so, yeah, make sure that they know that.
Okay.
And then with the Community Reinvestment Agency idea, the city actually determined that there was one established, I think it was an RDA, a Rural Development something or other agency, and that was established like in the 50s, late 50s, early 60s or something, that never was used, but they don't expire, and so there already is an agency, but it's the city's agency. So that could be used. One of the things, though, that we discussed with Zions in a phone call is the need for sort of a quick economic analysis of the potential tax increment that could come from a particular boundary for a project plan area. But they can't do that for free. Zions has been consulting with us for free for a few months. But if we were going to go that route, it's going to cost some money. I don't know how much it is exactly yet, but it would require paying a guy for. I think he said that they would want to come down here. I think it was from Smith and Harvickson. Somebody with that firm, and so we might have to see if we can come up with some money for that. I don't know from where, but I don't expect that it's going to be a tremendous expense, because it's just going to be a quick economic study. It's mostly just going to be speculative, of course. But anyway, that's where that's at, and I think we haven't entirely figured out whether or not the county should create an agency or how the project plan area will work, because it's cross-jurisdictional. So that's kind of up in the air still. But I did get, some interest from the school district that they'd want to be involved, which is a good sign. Which would make, which would rationalize going through all that bureaucracy of creating these agencies and these project plans. Because if they didn't want to be involved, then there are probably other easier ways to do things. But one of the things that I didn't hear about, and not to extend the meeting out too long, but I was wondering if somebody could give me an update, since I wasn't there, on the meeting with Adam Trupp.
I'll give you some notes.
My notes in this recycle.
Are these the notes here? This thing?
I think my takeaway from that meeting was use UAC more in the legislative process.
Yeah.
We have a tendency to do the letters of support directly to the legislators.
Yeah.
But UAC has, they say, the best lobbyists in the whole state. And UAC had no idea where we sat for the short-term rental amendment. They didn't know that. We didn't tell them. We told the state legislators. But Grand never reached out to UAC, and Grand pays money to UAC. We're members.
My takeaway from it was more communication, and that there's more, they have more to offer us than we've been taking advantage of. And I have my notes at home. I didn't bring them with me, but I think there's avenues, not just with legislation, but even with grants and monies to be brought back to us, that if we had more communication, better communication with them, we would, bring more money back into our county, and they would be able to lobby probably better than we are able to lobby for ourselves.
Yeah, as long as the rest of the county agrees with us.
think if Curtis were here, he would let you know, that he and I and Adam Trupp did meet, just informally while we were up at UAC, and, we actually talked about the short-term rental bill itself, and so he's, suggesting that we need to, group up on it and figure out what do we want the bill to say to make it work. So, we might establish a subcommittee or something like that of the council and work with some of the staff, as an idea, but.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's, I guess it often depends on what they pull out of their hat from one year to the other, because it changes what they try to do. But, I think that, establishing our position, on the importance of maintaining local control, and having a, something that we can, maybe we should just draft up something, and we already kind of have, but have it just ready, because, you never know when you want to be able to pass something like that along.
He did seem to know that it's definitely coming back again. It'll be year 3.
The people that are pushing it are going to be continuing to push it pretty hard.
He made it sound, well, yeah, pretty
We
strong.
all went,
So like you're saying draft legislation that we would like to see?
Well, so state code is already there, they just passed, and so then maybe take that and literally redline word it, how, with the help of the attorneys and lobbyists and so forth at UAC, to get it how we think could work, or, maybe we have an option in there, since it affects all the counties in the state, that we have an option in there for, I don't know what the language would be for those that are high tourist economies. They're different. Their short-term rental issues are different than non. I don't know.
They're all knowledgeable.
Bruce, do you have anything?
Not really.